I wish I could stay, but I have to stream myself in a few minutes. Good luck, friend. Less than 3.
Yo! Good morning, evening, afternoon, people. What is up? How you guys doing? It is Saturday, my dude. Woo! Oh shit, this song. Dong, please. Playing Ubiman game? What? Division 2? Oh, fuck. What you playing? What you playing? AC Origin? Okay. Interesting choice. Interesting choice. Hmm. Interesting choice. Okay. Okay. What occasion? Up, 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 up. Eh? Ah, 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 ah. Ab, 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 ab. Wait, my mic's not working. Or Discord. Game runs like ass. Just contact just contact Saints and he will inform the developers about it. Saints! Ding dong, Ubisoft game broken. Test, test. Eh? Okay. My Discord's not picking up my mic. Hold up. Let me restart. I cannot summon Leo if there's no mic. I see Origin doesn't. I wonder why. That's actually kind of weird. Considering your PC can maintain that just fine on other games. B A B C A B C A B. Okay. Wait, where's Leo though? Leo is not showing up. Uh? Okay, my shits are broken. Let's see. Oh, there you go. Oh, I have to refresh it. Okay, cool. So, hold on. I guess Katie's the closest one. Use her as a reference. Yo, Kogani Kun. Thank you for a follow. Appreciate much love. How you doing, brother? La-dee-da-dee-dee. So what you guys been up to, chat? In this fine and dandy weekend, you guys got some interesting stuff, or is it just like we chilling, Dylan? Morning, no worries. You were on the front page, huh? As promoted. So I wanted to come to check out and neat art. Very good so far, mate. Thank you, appreciate it. My channel's on front page again. Interesting. It's been happening quite a few bit lately. I wonder how and why. Huh. Interesting. Well, thank you anyway. Appreciate it for a follow. Much appreciated. But yeah. Not much going on right now. Just gotta try to continue sketch from yesterday. And maybe later we'll do some... I'm actually not sure what we're gonna do today. Apart from... Well... I don't know, actually. I don't think we have any other Summer Game Fest today. There's only Xbox Bethesda tomorrow. And then what? I think that is it. I don't think there's anything else today. Although I'm not sure. Maybe we'll see later. See what's up. Playing AC Origin, Rat already famous on stream. Nah, no, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Just kind of chilling there, man. Just kind of chilling. Although sometimes I'm kind of like curious on how does the front page work for Twitch lately. Cause it seems a little bit random. Is this not? I don't think this is the first time. There's been a couple times before. Oh, we got some people found me on the front page, even though my stream is like, you know, what, 10 viewer. I'm certain the promoted is usually just randomized or chosen by Twitch. Means they like you. They like me. I don't know about that. Probably randomized. I don't really do anything crazy lately. I just kind of stream. But I guess that's part of the algorithm, maybe. Maybe I hit something in the algorithm and the algorithm likes it, but I just don't know what I did. But hey, that's cool, I suppose. Say, Kogani, do you perhaps do watch a lot of other artist streamers as well? Because I got a feeling it's probably because you do. And you kind of like got similar format of streamers that kind of do art as well. Probably. I'm not too sure. That's my guess. Ooh, shit. What is this layer for? Watch a variety of things, mostly gaming vids. Once in a while, I watch artists. Ah, so I guess it is pretty randomized. Oh well. Either way, it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. It's been a while since the last time we get to see some new faces in the chat anyway, so hey, appreciate it for the follow. Thank you. Armpit. Ah! What do you mean? So what's up, you? How you doing? God damn it. Bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Sorry. Oh, Yua, have you seen the Query game? They just released the horror from Supermassive. What do you think about that game? Do you think it's cool, or do you think it's kind of? It's a game called The Query. It's a game from Supermassive, the guys who made, you know, you know, you know them. I don't remember their games names. I was just looking at the query. I was really, yeah. I don't know. I kind of want to play it just because it's a horror game, but I don't know if it's like a good one. Because I've been wanting to play some horror stuff. You know? Yeah, until dawn. Exactly, exactly. Mhm. Yo, what's up, Hadian? How you doing? Just don't spoil yourself before hopping into it. No, no. I think it's easy to avoid that game spoiler, considering it's not that common. I don't see a lot of people playing that. At least not yet, I guess. A cute streamer girl told me she likes your emoji when you use it on someone's stream. Well, at least I'm attracting even though only through your emote. Really? Wait, which emote did they like? I mean, hey, that's cool. Stream. Sad. That's not sad. I mean, you popped up, man. You popped up in their chat. Oh, the Lelel one. uh, well, you gotta thank Yua for that one because Yua gave me the idea to make that thing into an emote. A habit turn into an emote. Can I post it? It's a old thing that I used to do a lot, especially when I play a horror game. And I happen to play a lot of horror with Yua. And whenever there's like an intense moment, I don't know why, I tend to do like fidgety thingy, or just start talking randomly, and one of them was like la la la. Is it it's an old thing, because recently I've been just like replacing it with a bunch of curse words. Fita. But yeah, that's how it came to be. May I know your home address, Monka? Monka Giga. Pita! Ah, shit. Wait, are you still making this into Kitty? That's a plan so far, but we'll see. We'll see if it's doable. We will see. Although I do need like a lot more references on this one. This angle's very interesting. Too chill. Ooh! What? Someone made a song out of it. I think the one thing that it's really hard to nail here is the face. Let's see.
Rad's emoji is how I flex in on girls, fuck cock, fuck money, and education ratiark sag.
Okay, I don't know about that one, man. uh. But I mean, yeah, I'm flattered that some people really like the emote, you know. But I don't think that should be a good. That should be a thing where you kind of flex on girls. I mean, I guess so. Just can't imagine you just like shows up and like, yo, look, I'm a Rad Trap subscriber. Look at my emotes. Oh shit. Oh lord. It's like a bully magnet. Of course, being Rat subscriber, how even my mom would be prouder than that. Holy shit. Get myself some schneckies. Schnecks and coffee. Oh shit, bruh. Mmm. I got some tea to try and honor for one sin. Ew! Ew! I'm kidding. I mean, hey, I do drink some teas once in a while, you know? But ew! Ew! Jake's my favorite streamer now. Okay, dude. Okay, man. Well, what kind of tea do you have? Mingo is still alone, imagine. What do you mean alone? What are you doing here? You hang out with 10 viewers, 10 people here in the chat. That's not alone. I don't think that's alone. You know? We kind of chilling here. We kind of chilling. We're chilling, McDurley. You know, you know. Said viewers are bot. Oh shit. They found out, chat. Oh. Bot jigs. Beep beep boop boop. Wait, that's not how it looks. Is this kitty? Something like that, I guess. Things you can say. I kind of wanna, trying to make my own version. So it's not gonna look exactly. I'm not gonna draw those frails on the bikini. I'm good. Bum, 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 bum. What's up, though? By the way, how you doing? I suspect that this cat has been married. No. So we'll go. How about you? I'm chilling, chilling. Just the usual stream, usual stream. 1996. What is? The year you were born, you told us if I'm not mistaken. I think so, yeah. Or 1969, yeah, exactly. 69. Hey. Yeah. Pretty sure it's 79. Nice. Oh wait, that's something. Oh god. I'm gonna keep it like that. See how do I feel about it? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Chad, what do we do today? We don't have any React content gaming, dude. There's nothing until tomorrow's Xbox Bethesda. What do we react to, man? Oh my god. There's nothing. Everything's meaningless. Oh my god. Gonna make some estemaniz. God damn. There's a sweet iced tea. Watch party? Amaranth? What the fuck? Who? Actually, I haven't heard about her for a while. Amaranth. Oh my god! Kitro! Yo, it's been a while. Holy shit. Oh, I love them. It's a good song. Seen a lot of things, places you ever been. Ba, 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 ba. A lot of things, places you ain't never been. Hero red the clouds with canopies. Wanna be, wanna be. Oh yeah. No, 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 days. Hey! Right down by the lifeboats, I said it to my friend, so I'm not like those. I got my days, man. I got my days, man. I got my days, though. ¿Cómo te va? 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 And you wanna be, wanna be, wanna be. I got my days, man. ¿Cómo te va? 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 Ooh! Okay, I cannot play just one Kiltro song. One more, one more. ¿Cómo te va? ¿Cómo te va? Maybe I'll play some Jose Gonzalez as well. Woo! Oh my god. That melody. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit just for this song. This tea kind of smells like kitty litter. Oh my god. Oh no, that's not sugar, Jigs. No. Down by the water, amidst the legs of the dark, the things you just wouldn't notice. And flows like breath of the lotus. I've seen it myself, my friend, and if you'll believe, I swear one night I'd awoken. Oh, Julia, Julia, where are you going? The light it comes home. Woo! The light it comes home. The light it comes home. Where you lead. Hey, hey, hey! Somewhere down the bank where the docks go. A por a calle que te lleva a Curico. And down the beach where no others can find. Ani por agua piso coche ni avión. And I swore that in my heart My heart of hearts. I've seen you there. I've seen you there. I've seen you at the spot where the ships don't go. Akuriko. Ooh! Oh my god. I fucking love this song. Senor, you drop your amigos balls. Creatures of darkness haunting out by the reach. You swear one that was upon us. In words from a half-dream, those mothers in half-speech, bellas at the pocket. Julia, Julia. Where you go, when? Woo. Por la calle que te lleva Curico. Down the beach where no others can find. Ani por agua piso coche ni avión. And I swore that in my heart of heart, I've seen you there, I've seen you there, I've seen you at the spot where the ships don't go. Lipelina, pa donde va la luz, mi perlina? Pa donde va la luz, mi perlina? Pa donde va la luz, mi perlina? Da, 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 da. Oh my god, such a good song. Such a good song. Ah, so good. Alright. That was really nice. I love that song. Akuriko. NET expert, how long am I supposed to dunk this tea bag for? Once in! I honestly have no idea. But if I'm not wrong, it really depends on your taste. Really, there's no right or wrong about how long do you dunk the tea bag. But, you know, if you want to keep it as thick as possible, just don't remove it at all. But if you want a very light one, you know, it's just the color. It depends on the color. How thick you want it to be. Just leave it there. Okay, see? Like once in, just leave it there. So like the tea keeps on going. My mom only leave it there for a bit before she takes it off. She doesn't really like how thick it is if the tea bags keeps on filtering in the tea. You're drinking for the first time, yeah. Mm-hmm. But I think, yeah, you can just leave it there. That's usually just like how everyone drinks it normally. And if you happen to like it lighter, then, you know, just stop dunking it in after a while. And you're good. Good one! Oh shit, it's this song. Hmm. Tastes like I'm drinking grass. Oh my god. I mean, what kind of tea did you get, dude? Oh my god. Is there like a brand specific, or is it like what the fuck? It's green tea? Okay, that's just different. Wait, a green tea that you dunk? A green tea on a bag? What? That's new. I mean, that's interesting. Wait, send me a picture of the thingy thing jigs. That's just so you know. That's not the normal way of making a green tea. Yeah, it's the box or the bag. Both. Why not? Sure. But yeah, you're basically like drinking yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. The tea that we thought you're drinking is the dark tea. The you know, the what's the name for it in English? Oolong? No, oolong is also a little bit different. You know, fucking. I guess, yeah, I guess oolong. You can call it oolong. It's basically just an oolong tea leaves, like rolled up in the bag, and you dunk it in the water. It will eventually, yeah. Well, it's some kind of Kekona brand. Oh, it's local. Well, I mean, if it's oolong tea, that's normal. If it's green tea's not a tea in a bag, because green tea you get it from a powder, like like milk, like a powder milk, you know. Green tea you get it from the green tea powder that you grind it, you know. So it's kind of interesting. I never seen a tea bag green tea. The Bigelow green tea classic. Ah, interesting. Signature green blend, blah blah blah. Gluten-free, calorie-free, and kosher certified. Nice. Interesting. I mean, it does shows the powder. Yeah, okay, yeah. It is the powder, green tea powder in a bag, essentially, which is, yeah, interesting. That's drug. Okay, it's not drug. This is a tea. Oh, it mix that with something? What do you mean mix that? And with what? I don't know, I never drink anything like that before, so. I mean, I've drank something like that, but it's not green tea, it's oolong tea. Since my mom likes that. But that's about it. Sorry. What if I like grass flavor? uh, Interesting.
Go.
Whoa!
Any primers?
A killer! With the resub 5 months! God damn, with Twitch Prime! Shush! Shenlong T. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much love. God damn. It's been a while since the last time I seen any primers in the chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much love. How you doing? Wait, Lilbot says thank you for smashing it. Don't smash it. Not kidding. Indonesian people would drink tea with bread. Literally put it in there. Yeah, but I won't do that for a green tea, dude. Oolong, sure. Like a plain bread, you know, plain bread milk, sure. Oolong, a green tea. I don't think I mix green tea with anything. Then again, I'm not a big fan of green tea. Okay.
Fuck you.
Just finished watching a movie while having lunch. Oh shit, that's cool. Welcome, welcome. What'd you have for lunch? I don't know if I want to put milk in it because at that point I would just rather drink coffee. Yeah, I don't. Do people mix green tea with anything? I swear to God, I never had green tea with anything. Like what I'm talking about is like in the tea. Like of course, like you know, you can eat something and then drink green tea. Like that's normal. But putting something in the green tea, that's I never had that, except oolong tea. Sometimes I even mix it with other tea. Interesting. What's up, by the way? No. Green tea usually drink as is, but usually accompanied with something sweet or sushi. Yeah, that's doable. Thai tea is goddamn good, man. If you haven't tried it. Yeah, that's a little bit of a trend here. Ah! Fuck. Sorry, my back. Mod being rude. It's just no being no. Just had a pizza. Oh! Oh my god, what's the topping? I put rat special in my tea. Wait, what? You don't supposed to. Oh god. What? Nani? You're not supposed to consume that with anything you uh it's not. I can't stop. Four cheese pizza, I think it's called in English. Ah, four cheese pizza. Interesting. Quattro formaggi. You put cum? Cum? Oh my god. You guys are so dumb. Oh, I forgot about the braid. I was talking about the lelel, you. Like it's a thing because you mentioned about it. I was like, God damn it. Make it into an emote. So dumb. Spatial range T. Ram Ranch. Just burn his art so I can drink it again. His drawing ability. Huh? What tea do I drink if I don't like tea? What? What? I really gotta use that emote. Oh, fucking don't drink tea? Hello? I don't like tea. What tea do I drink? Ha! Reb, I gotta go look at some wood and grab some materials to build my terrace. Okay, dude. God damn. Luck, man. Terrace building. Chrysanthemum tea with honey, I guess. Most peeps like it sweet. What is chrysanthemum tea? Sounds fancy. Oh! I had this once before. This one's nice. My friend came back from Chengdu. They bring me this. Pretty nice. I do gotta say, pretty nice. But I only had it once. So pretty cool, pretty cool. Tea with honey? Wait, why is that British? That's not a British thing. Is it? There's different flavors of it, right? So what if I don't like the basic tea flavor? Yeah. The one that you recommend is pretty interesting. Jasmine is too... Yeah, jasmine is a strong one. You can like it, you cannot... Yeah, like, yeah. It's like very strong tea. Wow, 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 wow. Ay, shibal. Este man is so pussy. I mean, most tea comes from plants is basically tea leaves. Well, yeah. Basically. Oh, fuck. So strong. But honestly, I mean, the unconventional tea that's pretty popular is basically milk tea. Which is, you know... I mean, at that point, it's not even like enjoying like a like it's a beverage. It's like a very milky tea. Once it. Milk tea. It's the type of tea that's kind of like, yeah, that's. Hmm. What if? Oh my. Radu! I met someone from Twitch today. Oh, yeah, and I thought that's normal. Like, you know, it's a social place. But okay, cool. Good job, Steve. Proud of you. Oh, IRL. I was like, what the fuck? Met someone. Oh, okay. It's like, wait, what? I thought we met people on Twitch like literally every time because it's a social place. Okay. That's well done. I don't fucking know. I didn't think it that way. That's cool though. That's cool. Hope it was a fun time. You know? Good shit, bruh. Good shit. Too big on my torso from my date. Like super cute food pic, you know? Oh, okay, like, yeah. Oh my god! Hope you had a good... Oh, it was a good time. That's fun, that's fun. So it makes it even more sad. Good. Valley. Yes! Oh my god! Holy shit. Oh my god. Yesterday, you know, I was hanging out with Carly, you know, and we got some Starbucks together and we got like you know, buy one get one shit, you know, and the bartender, oh my god. Seriously though, like okay. I'm sorry. I'm done. Make sure you post. Sure. I always love to do that to you guys, chat. So good. Whenever I do that in VR chats, you either get people who get uncomfortable, or there's people who get pepe pains. Oh, and the third person usually follows along and do the same shit. Oh my god, so good. Azuki. Oh my god, yes. Holy shit! Okay, that. What the fuck? Yo, that looks so good. Excuse me? The fuck? Ma'am? That is illegal to post a picture that is that delicious. Whew. My god. Damn. Looks like a nice date. Good shit. Good shit. Proud of you, Steve. You actually go out and socialize with people. I'm proud of you. She had nachos, milkshake, mini donut. Yeah, dude, I love fucking nachos. Potatoes, cheese sticks. God damn, dude. I'm kind of hungry. I actually haven't finished my dinner. In a bit. In a bit. Good stuff, though. Good stuff. Thank you for sharing. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. You finally hang out with real people, Steve. Instead of screaming in your room, saying whatever the fuck, killer, killer, you know, whatever. You play with your friends on the internet, you know, that killer or something like that. I don't know. But I'm so proud of you that you finally hang out with friends, you know. Instead of playing whatever that games with your friends. The killer game thing. Yeah. No, that's not tomato. Yeah, that's smoothie. God damn, dude. Oh my god. I want some potato. Oh my god. I'm gonna order that tomorrow. God damn it. Made me crave one. Potato is one of my weakness. I actually ordered potato 10 minutes ago. Nice. Potato juice. Okay, you cannot just listen to one thing and then the other thing and then you just combine it. Alright. God damn it. Potato. Potato. Tomato. 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 Oh my god, I want some right now. God damn it. Ah, the mozzarella stick I got were honestly heavenly. Stop! Ah! Ah! Cheese is also my weakness. Ah! Ah! God damn it. Yo, this song was a jammer. Dun, 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 dun. Dish, dum, dish, dum, dish, dum, dish. golden brown. Exactly, man, exactly. God damn, god damn. This chat. Now I want the original KFC. Wait, why the original KFC? What's this? KFC. I actually haven't eaten any fast food for so long now. I think last time I bought some McFlurry and I forget what from McDonald's with my friend. There's like a new flavor, but that was it. It was like what, 2 months ago? That was really nice though. Oh, the fucking strawberry pie. Oh, they have like an apple pie thingy, but it has a strawberry jam fillings. Ooh, bruh. That one's so good. That one's so nice. Time to order KFC in it. Yeah. Go for it, dude. It's weekend, you know, chilling, chilling. Kinda chilling. Sorry. Huh? Where's that from? Oh my god. Sorry. The only time I have KFC is when I get free food. Hey! Same. I know what you mean by that. Oh my god, good one. If I had KFC twice in my life, they didn't have KFC where I'm from. Oh, isn't it because of the? Do you guys also have like, uh, basically a better version of that locally? I forgot if that was. I forget if that was that or not. Like it wasn't. It was a that I. It was something that I learned about a while ago. So like, I forget if it was KFC or not, but KFC like have a hard time try to compete with that locally. I think that was KFC. Might be wrong. Could be other fast food chain though. I like their burgers or sandwiches. Other than that, it's ite. Uh, KFC in Norway, but not in the north. Ah, yeah, it has something to do with like I forgot. There's like a uh, there's like something about like a local chain like tastes better than this fast food. So the fast food eventually got no customer because of that local chain. It was pretty nutty. Many foreigners that have tried into KFC that said ours is different, more tasty, more than one in EU like Germany. Really? I mean, to be fair, it is pretty fucking good. Like, it's just I don't. Yeah, I mean, in terms of like fried chicken, fast food, I feel like KFC is number one. Yeah, but for burgers, I wouldn't not like burgers or sandwiches. You like, I would probably not go for KFC. So the time I've had it in with Budapest, visiting my brother and ordered, and we when we moved there. Ah, I see, I see. That's good. That's good. Yeah, KFC is different. KFC's chicken's different here. Fucking nutty. But I don't really order fast food stuff. It's not really like I guess in Indonesia is because there's a lot more a lot of more affordable that is local. Like, in some countries fast food is pretty much cheap, but in here it is kind of cheap, but the local stuff is a lot more cheaper and a lot healthier, and so like, yeah. In most cases, not applied to all, but yeah. I'm good. Yeah, till I it's those kind of stuff. Oh boy, I love Pachelo so much, so good. Fast food is a way for employers to treat their underlings, ask them to stay back for OT. Ah, that hits too close. Too close, Yua. Jesus Christ. Oh, oh my god. That hits too close. That explains a lot. Mm-hmm. I suddenly just see a bunch of relatable context within that. Oh man. Okay, so it's under the ear, so it's around here. Chad, what should we do after this? Almost done with the line art. Not sure what to play today. What do we play today, Chad? Is there any more game demos from Summer Game Fest? Or are we out? Broken Age? I played that game. That was quite a while ago game, isn't it? It's like one of those puzzle game, right? The art in that game is very, very nice. I like it. To be honest, A&W is also good. The root beer. Oh yeah. I feel like A&W specialize in the root beer and the chicken nuggets. Brother. They've good chicken nuggies. You only like A&W for their root beer, not the beer though. Still delicious. True, true, true. Did you play the second part then? Wait, it has two? What do you mean by second part? Like, is there like a Broken Age 2? I don't think so. Sorry. Or is that like a chapter thingy? Axe? I think so. I don't know. It's been so long. I played it while I was still in college. Like I remember the game was because you know Tim Schaffer, whatever the fuck you call him. It's pretty known. It's pretty well known since Grim Fandango. His older game I was a huge fan of. So yeah, when it came out, I was like, holy shit, another Tim Schaffer's game? What the fuck? Act 2 came out 1 year later. Oh, I'm not sure. I guess so. I don't remember, but I do remember I played Broken Age. I finished it as well. Might have to check that out later. Because I also kind of already forgot some of the story of that game. Thought the game you were playing in college was Mario 64. Okay, I don't just play one game during college, okay? There's a reason why I'm a variety streamer. I play shit tons of games in my life. Alright? Ugh. But to be honest, Mario 64 was kind of like I never really like dwell into it because back then when the game was brand new, I was like just fucking little kid, like elementary. I was still elementary when Mario 64 is like new thing. Because Nintendo 64 is fucking ages ago. And I'm not really from that era. I think so. When did Nintendo 64 release? Like it's around the 90s, right? Or 2000. Maybe it's no, I think it was early 2000 where 64 is a thing. And 64. Might be wrong. Kind of forgot. I don't believe it. Mario 64 was released when you were 28. Motherfucker, how old do you think I am, huh? Back in my day. At least 43. Alright, dude. Good one. Oh my god. Oh my god, my arm. I think it's time to take a break and eat some food while React Andy. Back in my day, we used to suck cock to get bread on the table. Huh? Do you think you can leave? Watson. Like there's something off, but I can't tell what is from this one. Change the music a little bit. Let's go through some Radiohead for a little bit. I was listening to some Radiohead earlier. I'm kind of in the mood. Here comes some goodness. Kire. Can a birthmark maybe? Huh? Try restarting it? Okay. God damn it, you. God damn it! And it's right play. Day I woke up sucking and I woke up sucking a lemon. Yesterday I woke up sucking a lemon. Everything, everything in its right place, in its right place. Highway colors in my head, yeah. Two colors in my head. What is that you try to say? What is try to say? Try to say. Oh my god, such a good song. Or maybe we just resort to some FPS today. The grind. I'm too lazy to do the braids right now. I swear to God. Aish. Play MGS5. You like the beginning? In the beginning, I could. That could be an option. Oh, don't worry. One sentence busy. I get it. It's okay, Watson, I got it. Have you played the Cat Lady? Yeah. It was a while ago. Yeah. But I don't think I finished it. I think got stuck like in the middle and I was just like forgot. What are we gonna react to tonight? I don't think we got a lot of things to watch today. Cause today, Summer Game Fest, there's nothing going on. Tomorrow is gonna be huge because we got Xbox and Bethesda, which is gonna be fucking massive. That is gonna be. Woo! Imagine they just drop Elder Scrolls 6 first look. Oh my god. Please make that an alert. That's a classic. In the beginning. All right. I think that's all for the drawing for today. TS devs just released new expansion for TSO, so maybe, probably, right? But I do think that Elder Scrolls Online have their own dedicated developer team, like their own team in Bethesda, because I feel like as an MMO game, like it keeps on going. I feel like they don't want to be interrupted. Maybe some of them are shifted to Elder Scrolls 6, but I don't see them all of them stop working on TSO Online. How about Fallout 77? Good one, dude. You know what I'm looking for from Bethesda? I mean, I don't think it's gonna happen, but anything, just this is not necessarily Bethesda. I feel like this is more about id Software, but I just want them to do something with the shooter, with the with the arena shooter. I swear to God, what they did with Quake on Quake Champion was disgusting. And they need to fucking fix that shit. Like, actually make a Quake that people wanted. Quake Champion is a fucking... Bleh. They need to... They need to change that. I want to play some arena shooter. But there's just no market for that right now. I could play the Quake Champion, but the matchmaking for Southeast Asia is gonna take like 30 minutes just to find a game. I could play Quake Live, but I want something that's actually getting updates, that's getting content. And other than those two, there's not a lot of arena shooter out there that's actually thriving. But then I feel like no one really play arena shooter. Like, is anyone in the chat play Quake like recently or any arena shooter? I don't think so. And no, Overwatch does not count as arena shooter. Only if you use Pharah, sure. But other than that, no, Overwatch is not an arena shooter. Quake, nah, boomer. Okay, listen, buddy. I mean, I guess so, yeah. It's really good though. It's really good. Everyone is so mean. Everyone's around me. Holding on. I have a big community which plays arena games, including Quake. Ooh. What other games though do they play other than Quake? Man, holding on. What's on Steam right now? What's going on? Dude, Doki Doki. Probably just gonna buy it, but I don't know if I'm gonna play it on stream. So tired to play visual novel on stream. Everyone around me. Holding on. I'm so hyped for Resident Evil 4 though. Oh my god. I mean, looking at how good Resident Evil 2 was, I think Resident Evil 4 is gonna be so good. As long as they don't fuck it up like Resident Evil 3, I think it's gonna be good. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man, dude. I think the oldest game I've ever played was Pepsi Man and Tenchu. Okay, that's PlayStation 1 though. I'm pretty sure your PC can handle RE4 remake. Even then, at that point when the game released, I already have a different setup. Fingers crossed. Because the game is gonna release next year. I'm getting a GPU soon. And some others throughout the year. Halo, Quake, Alien, PvP. This one's I joined to, not a sure other game, but they have like 10 plus more. I'm not really into Halo. I don't know. Halo is kind of eh. Yeah, in PC. It's fun, but I don't know. It's different. Alien PvP, what is that? Like Alien in the Epic Games? Alien Fireteam? What GPU are you planning to buy? Either 3060 Ti or 3070. Is that the one then that's kind of like close to in terms of like price and performance that I wanted? Just need to really make sure if the price is good. Oh my god, this song. Uh, you heard Epic Game user. Yeah, I mean also I don't really like Halo. It's too American. It's too American. I like the campaign for Halo. I played Halo 1. Never finished Halo 2. But yeah. The PvP, mm-mm. The progression is like Call of Duty. I'm not really a big fan of the progression system. And I cannot play the ranked mode, unfortunately, in Halo Infinite. I need to use VPN. I feel like they blocked off the Southeast Asia server. I'm not too sure. And that sucks. I don't want to use VPN every time I start a stream. The Unreal franchise? Ooh, Unreal Tournament? Yeah, they don't. I think they abandoned that. Unfortunately. Ever since Fortnite is a thing. Man. I used to play that though. Especially Unreal Tournament 3. Being like one of the most successful one. It's basically Unreal or Epic Games competition against its software Quake at the time. Just pretty cool, just pretty cool. Whoa! Wait. There is some Summer Game Fest. We got Guerrilla Collective. What do they showcase? Is it worth it? We can check this out. This could be fun. Pogu. Looks like we do get some React Andy content. While I'm finishing my dinner. Hold up. Let me just save this. Sign. Save like this for now. Vengeance. Boo-doo-boo-doo-boo-doo. Well, let me just switch it up for you guys. Whoa! Alright. 9 more minutes. Well, Mick Gordon posted a video for Routine in his own personal channel. God damn, my man's proud of that game. Okay. I'm proud of him. I'm proud of him. Hold up. Let's check out that trailer one more time. The trailer looks so nice. Looks like such a high quality game. The graphic fidelity in this game is fucking nuts. I feel like he created the sound effects in this game. It got that Mick Gordon sound. It's so loud, holy shit. Ay, spita. Yeah. It sounds like he's the one designing the sound effects. It's very punchy. Very growly. It's very Mick Gordon. Wub, 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 wub. Yeah, oh my god, that's gonna be fucking awesome. God damn! God damn! We're eating nice. the couple months, next couple months, for some horror content. We're eating good. Oh, what's that? Live till morning again. Please accompany me to do my work. No, I'm not gonna go live till morning. I mean, if you're saying like 2 a.m. ish, yeah. I usually end my stream around 1 to 2 a.m. my time. So that's actually pretty common. Don't worry. Where's my By the way, I am eating chicken and Hainan rice. Oh! It's fucking good, dude. Some good. The right price, Red can do your work for you. No, I don't. I don't do that. Okay. Right, swag. Okay. Just bully everyone. Hey! Oh, let me refill my water. Go grab your water, chat, before the show starts. Go toilet, people, poo-poo. I guess after this show, if we really don't have any other game, let's play some of the single player game that we have. Sure, I'm down. Or if not, just, I don't know, Valorant or Apex. The usual. Oh shit. Still alive. I'm still alive. Dude, we need Mirror's Edge sequel. I want to play more Mirror's Edge, man. It was such a fun game. Such a good game. Yeah, it is Mirror's Edge. Is there a game out there? It's like a first-person parkour Like other than Mirror's Edge? I don't think so, right? Like I'm talking about legitimate parkour. Like sure, we can talk about Titanfall and everything, but that's like sci-fi stuff, right? But Mirror's Edge is like straight up parkour. Starting.
It has.
We've been sitting here with these masks.
I'm over the masks.
2 years.
2 years.
When we started this G3 stuff, this Guerrilla Collective GC stuff, I mean, we had to rock these.
Yeah.
But I think it's about time.
It's about time to take them off.
Let's take these off and let's get right into it, people.
Wow.
What is happening, everyone? Welcome to GC3,
Christ,
the
so
Guerrilla Collective 3 Summer Showcase, the least pretentious showcase you will see this summer. That hat trick, the three-peat, the menage. Anyway, I'm your host, Justin Woodward, co-founder of The Mix.
What if the Avatar game's gonna be shit or not?
Entertainment and advisor of the Black
Isn't it Ubisoft?
I'm with my amazing
Yeah.
the Green-Eyed Bandit. Can't stand it.
I don't know, honestly.
It's going great, Justin.
I guess we'll see.
You're co-hosting GC3 and
You know?
kicking off the summer with
We're
everybody.
gonna really kick it off tough. The Guerrilla Collective was created because everything was fragmented in terms of the press.
If I'm not wrong, it's Ubisoft.
Zombie apocalypse of 2020. So we decided to come together, organize, and deploy
I could be wrong.
showcases with
I
our
could be
fellow
wrong.
independent hustlers in the game industry, and add some flavor and style to the industry to give folks a creative jolt during the chaos that was ensuing. The Guerrilla Collective's main message is unity. We are carrying on the tradition of organization with these showcases with
Well,
leading
we'll see,
game
we'll see.
studios, publishers, and industry leaders independently to share announcements, gameplay reveals, updates, and drops from studios of all sizes direct to everyone watching worldwide.
So this week we started Black.
But I
Ops
wouldn't-
Gaming, and
I wouldn't
today
put too
we'll
much hope
close
into
up
it.
with GC3, showcasing a wide range of games.
Like, I
and
don't-
then we'll
I
hand
don't
it off to our
suggest
friends over at Wholesome Games
getting
for
too
their
hyped
Wholesome
about it.
Direct Showcase. Later on this week, we'll have the
You know?
GC 3.5, where we're going to share some fresh games that are crispy and lit.
They're going to be mad, crispy, but not burnt. Before we get started, we have to give a huge shout out
Love
to our
child
sponsor,
between
PlayStation
Ark, Skyrim,
Laser,
and best
Astro
graphic
Gaming,
ever.
Tencent, our fellow devs and publishers, 11-Bit Acapara,
Yeah, we'll see.
Assemble Entertainment, Aurora Punk,
We'll see.
Freedom, Graffiti, Gravity Games, Arise, HeroCraft, Modern Wolf, Raw Fury, Tiny Build, Wire Productions.
Raw
Also,
Fury!
salute to the developers who played a role in the showcase. They have contributed their games and resources to make this possible.
And once again, you guys, we've teamed up with the fine folks at Valve to showcase our stream on their platform in order to support the devs. Be sure to check out the Guerrilla Collective 3 event page on Steam, where you can learn more about the games, buy games that are available now, or add them to your wish list for the games that haven't been released yet.
I don't think it's gonna be a game
This
like
will
Ark.
really help the devs, so let's do it.
Definitely check out the wish list.
I don't
Support
think
the
so.
devs. They will love it. Shout out to our broadcasting partners for supporting the showcase. And the
You know what the game's gonna be like? It's probably gonna be something like Far Cry, where you have to take over some base, like human base, like your planet, like because you're the fucking Avatar stuff, the fucking alien. And you want to get rid of the humans slowly by taking over their base one by one, expand the map, to proceed the storyline and shit like that,
are amazing.
and
Be sure
help
to
the
check
local,
out
like
all
the
of
side
great
quests.
reactions and commentary.
If they're gonna do like the Ubisoft
Let's
formula,
get started
that's how it's gonna be.
with the first set of games that go OD this summer, beginning with a hardcore Soul Seeker simulation, a soul-like action RPG, as well as some up-and-coming games and a few exclusive surprises on the horizon for release. Let's get started.
I can't wait.
But yeah. Whoa! First game.
All squads report in. Helos ready for takeoff.
Oh no, what is this?
Mayday, mayday, we've been hit. Hey, what's up?
Damn, this is so colorful. The apocalypse. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know about this one. I'm good. You guys can have that one. I'm good. Oh. Huh? Oh no. What is that? Oh no, my brain cannot comprehend the... Yeah. Oh! Relationship bar. Yeah, I'm good with this one as well. Not sure what's going on here. I was a teenage EXO what? Who? Oh shit. World premiere. Huh? Oh Jesus. Oh, puzzle game. Oh shit. Hello. Yo, cool art style. It's a mirror puzzle. Whoa! Ugly. Oh no. Interesting. That's you, chat. Oh my god. Really? Oh my god, this game's back. I actually missed the beta for this. I kind of want to give it a try. Has anyone tried this game? Such a weird trailer. Oh, beta. There you go. It's another beta. Oh shit. Oh no. Alright. It's a real-time combat. For a second, I thought it's a CRPG. Alaloth. Yeah, this was motion sickness. I see.
Candy, Owlaloth has come such a long way and is looking really impressive. I remember when that game just got started. Looking forward to checking that out, as well as Boundary shooting folks in space. What?
Coming up next, we're going to get serious with some games that may scare you a little, and then transition to some more narrative-driven situations that might make you contemplate life. We got a full roller coaster of emotions coming up. Let's go.
Let's go.
Or more horror stuff. Oh, Leonardo. That's Leo. I didn't know Resident Evil 4 is releasing this early. Is that Jill Valentine? Hades. Oh Jesus. What's this? I don't fucking know, dude. Daymare got a sequel? Oh my god, no wonder it seems familiar. Wow, okay. They made a sequel. Oh. Horror game. Oh, okay, I wishlisted this already. It's the Silent Hill style. Old school. Yeah, this one's interesting. Definitely worth the try. It's reminiscent of old school horror. Hades mosquito. Whoa. Enemy. Signalis. Oh, Halloween. Okay. What the fuck? The teacher awaits. Ah, yeah, realistic. Running away from your teacher, Mongagiga. So one of those. It's like the Hello Neighbor thingy. I'm good. I'm not a big fan of this game. Alright, you can try this room on Game Pass. Play it for a bit just now. It's fun to try out. Got to go though, so enjoy your stream. Alright, dude. I'll check it out later, yeah? Thank you. And have a good one. Gravewood High. Yeah, it's like Hello Neighbor.
She's playing with my mind.
Another one.
There is no fucking escape.
It is still unknown if she was under the influence of any drugs, or if it was actually a witchcraft ritual as indicated by the evidence found at the scene. Suggesting the latter.
A good one.
Officers found books at the scene containing strange symbols, candles, dead animals. So far, his left leg and 3
Oh no, Jix with the timing.
The first victim was her own 75-year-old father. Madison mutilated his body in such a way that his face
Oh, it's Madison. What?
was found underneath.
Wait, this is Madison? Yeah, it's that horror game that got delayed like multiple times. or over the past like 5 years.
Hours later, Madison continued to mutilate her body before disposing of it.
2022. $1987. Ay, you fitta! Fuck. Why does it look so scuffed though in this trailer? Like low resolution and
This is impossible.
bad frame rate.
This place didn't look like this a second ago.
Is it just me?
Chains? Maybe I can break them with something.
Wow, very cool game devs only making horror games. Why? We need some horror games, man. Yeah, I don't know why this looks kind of scuffed. I think it's just a trailer. It's a bad render. Hopefully that's just the case.
The doorbell. I gotta get to the front door.
And some arena shooters. Well, don't expect this here. Expect that tomorrow. If Bethesda. Ay, fuck! If Bethesda wanna make some more, or at least, you know, if it's software. If, like, here's the thing. Tomorrow, if we don't get a Doom sequel, it's software probably doing something else. Another horror game. Wow. What's up, Sonic? How you doing? Okay, this one looks interesting. I'm down. What is this called? Jesus Christ, man. The fridge is red. Play demo now!
Rated teen.
Bro, let's fucking go. We got something to play.
Walter?
Ooh, horror shooter. Ooh! Oh, sign me in. Hello? This is like Far Cry. Oh wait, we played this game. Hey, Fitta. Oh, thank you for the follow. Hello, welcome.
Oh my god, what is happening?
Whoa, the music.
Oh my god, is this right?
Industria. Yeah, we played the beta. Industria. $10. I remember I can barely run that game. Now that I remember. Yeah. Right, did you play the horror game off stream before? What game?
I'm glad to be back at Guerrilla Collective because we've been pretty busy for the last 2 years. So first of all, I would like to introduce Luke Whitaker from State of Play, the creators of South of the Circle, because they would like to tell you more about how they are creating games.
South of the Circle. 11-bit?
I'm Luke Whitaker. I'm creative director of State of Play. We made South of the Circle, which is a narrative adventure game set in Antarctica in the 1960s.
Their developer team is called State of Play, like the PlayStation State of Play.
We decided on such an unusual setting because
You played
I was fascinated by
any? Oh, I mean a lot back then.
our lead character, Peter,
Like before I started
experiencing
streaming.
Antarctica, remembering all his past, got me thinking.
Ever since I started streaming, I
about
think I
my
don't
own
play any horror game off
my own
stream.
memories,
Because I always
and
keep it
how
for stream.
My
This is
memories of
content.
past events are often different to people's memories of that event.
But before
And I
that,
got
like
looking into the science of it,
Amnesia, you know?
and,
The Dark
realised
Descent,
that what we're doing is
Jasmine,
we are accessing memories,
Penumbra,
we're
Silent Hill,
thinking about them, experiencing them.
you know?
When they go back,
I played
they may
all of
be
those
slightly
off stream,
altered.
like
And
before
so over a
I started
period of
streaming.
time, we may have completely different memories of an event, and maybe we have a family member who has been telling the same story for 20 years, and it's not very different to the first story they told. We wanted to tell the story about power and the individual, and
Okay.
how these big powers can affect our lives. But the more we worked on this story, the more it became apparent this was a story about the individual and the individual choices we make. And we realized the most interesting thing and the most important thing in our lives are all those small emotional decisions we make and the promises we make in life.
I'm a cult.
Yeah, I want to make people think and feel. And in South of the Circle, we look at what are the far-reaching consequences of your childhood. And this is why I think video games are a fascinating medium. South of the Circle was a very emotional game to create. It's an emotional game to play. And soon you'll be able to experience this for yourself on consoles and PC.
South of the Circle is the future for us, but it doesn't mean we forget about our past. For me, as one of the creators, it's hard to believe that it's been almost 8 years since the release of This War of Mine, and we've been pretty busy during that time. So let me introduce...
Oh, this is developer of This World of Mine. This War of Mine. Oh shit. Oh, it's
This War
different.
of Mine is an extraordinary game about civilians in war trying to survive the war. Released originally in 2014 on PC, and Final Cut is the ultimate version of the game, released only a month ago on current gen consoles.
This is a good fucking game. I remember.
The game is special on many layers. I mean, it speaks about human dignity in very inhuman times. Imagine being put in a war-torn city where you have to deal with lack of everything: food, medication, treatment, dealing with constant danger. In such horrible times, it takes a lot of cost and heavy effort to stay human, and This War of Mine speaks exactly about it. This War of Mine Final Cut has got a lot of content comparing to the old-gen version, a content unavailable in that one. New civilians, new scenarios, new locations, so practically the game is a few times bigger comparing to the old one. And I need to stress out that in the game there is no tutorial, and you may ask why. It's simple, because in war no one would tell you how to survive.
What to do.
Since 2014, we've been constantly developing the game, adding new story-driven scenarios, a lot of free updates, a ton of content, including even charity content that was directed specifically towards gathering funds for War Child in this case. And lately we've organized donation for Ukrainian Red Cross just by selling the game, and we amounted $1 million almost.
God
So actually
damn.
This War of Mine is a great example that a game can make a change. and be that way something more than
Hell
just
yeah.
a game.
Good shit.
That's all we've got for you today, and I hope you like it. And having an opportunity to be here, I would like to thank you all for supporting 11 for so many years, because it's thanks to you that we were able to achieve so many great things. And while speaking about great things, there's actually one more to come, and it's right around the corner. So be sure to follow up 11B Studios news in upcoming days, because you're gonna like it, trust me.
Damn, their presentation's so professional. Holy shit. Sorry.
Hello, I'm VOD TITLE, and I'm the writer and director of The Last Worker, a first-person narrative adventure centered around our struggle in an increasingly automated world.
I'm Ryan Bousfield, I run Wolf and Wood, and we're bringing The Last Worker to PC, console, and VR platforms in 2022.
The Last Worker puts you into the body, the mind, and the seat of Kurt, the last human worker at Youngle Fulfillment Center 1, the largest such facility on Earth, the size of the sunken city of Manhattan. And you've been there for 25 years, you've never made a single mistake, which is why you still have your job, and that's why everyone else has lost theirs.
It's easy to marvel at the wonders of Youngle, but remember, here at Youngle, time waits for no man.
You can say that again.
It's easy to marvel at the wonders of Youngle.
Stop.
But of course you're not entirely alone in the game. There's Skew, your only friend and Cobot, played by Jason Isaacs, who you might know from Harry Potter, Star Trek Discovery, Death of Stalin, Olafur Dari Olafsson, Zelda Williams, David Hewlett, Claire Hope Ashity, and Tommy Earl Jenkins. We've got an incredible cast.
This area should be off limits.
At Youngle, there are no limits.
So you start out doing the day-to-day work of Kurt, dispatching products, you're keeping up with the robots. But obviously this is not a work simulator. You're soon contacted by a group of activists called Spear. They want you to kind of delve deeper into the facility. They want you to take on this espionage, work on stealth light gameplay.
Oh, this game have a demo.
Where you do have to go to these zones where you're not supposed to be. And so you've got to delve deeper, picking up tools and weapons later on to access these areas. So you're always going to have that push and pull between the activists and Kurt's pride in his day-to-day job.
Don't worry, she won't hurt you. Again, right? Hoverbird?
I can't promise anything.
It's a story in a world rich with drama and even the occasional moments of horror and a lot of comedy as well. Because it's important for us to build a world that you actually want to inhabit. We wanted to make something that is crafted with love and full of color. We have been working with Mick McMahon, the incredible comics legend and co-creator of Judge Dredd, on designing these characters in the world with him. And I hope you will enjoy the very unique look of our game.
At Youngle, nothing.
The game
They call the company Youngle.
Crazy cool moments. You just cannot wait.
Good
for
one.
later this year.
I just realized the reference. Youngle, dude. Holy shit. Oh, it's gonna be a VR game. Ooh.
Justin, remember, the Frigidaire is red. You can't take your eyes off of it.
I mean, you don't have to ask me thrice. You know what? Signalis is also looking slick with its old school PlayStation textures and gritty yet smooth, ominous style. Such awesome, like, gritty games.
That's true. To loosen things up, you guys don't have to worry about staring at a crimson icebox. We've got some upbeat style arcade titles coming at you. Let's shred right into it.
Shred it.
Ah, TMNT. Wait, world premiere, never mind. Oh, never mind. Exclusive? What? What the fuck is this? Whoa! Oh shit! Yo, this looks fun. Yo, it's some Tony Hawk shit. What the fuck is going on? Holy shit. Nyom. Oh, slalom. This is like Tony Hawk Downhill. What the fuck? That looks cool. I'm down. My eyes. Cassette Bees? Oh. Okay. It's like Pokemon. Pokemon. Whoa, what the fuck is that? Okay. Yeah, not really my thing. Good. Scribbly twists. Huh? Oh, it's like beat 'em up game. Yeah, I'm good with this one. Contract Killer. Wait, it's only Nintendo and Xbox? There's no PC? The fuck? Okay. Whoa. Hello? What's this? Oh, it's a puzzle game. Ooh. Okay. Ooh. Wait, it's a rhythm puzzle game. Yo. Oh. This is nice. What is it called? Rhythmos. I'm down. Demo?
Justin.
There is demo.
Justin. Justin!
What? I'm trying to play Witch and Whiz here. What? Candy?
Please put down the handheld. I have a really special surprise for you.
Okay, you have my undivided attention now.
Good. Good, because next up, we're going to go back to the future and share some neo-retro games, soon-to-be classics, that give you that old-school funk, that give you that feeling. We're going to start out with our favorite Heroes in a Half Shell, see what's happening with the Kickstarter Symphony of the Night Indie, South Darling, and much more.
This better be good.
Oh, it will be.
Okay. Okay, we already saw this. The TMNT Shredder. I love being a turtle. Oh, just straight up gameplay. I mean, this looks good. Like high quality pixel art. But I think I'm good with Brawl, the beat 'em up. I used to play a shit ton of this kind of game. This looks very high quality though, holy shit. Oh my god, 6-player? Jesus Christ. This is jam-packed. The way. Do you not the way? Still prefer Castle Crasher. That was a long time ago. Holy shit! I remember that game though, as a classic. Do is the way. Do you not the way? I'm sorry. That brings back. Do you not the way? This is the queen. Spit on him. World premiere. Another exclusive. Okay. What do we got? What do we got?
Stirs in the void, and an empire trembles. The rule of the Magi Lords is failing. Where now shall we place our faith? In the low cunning of the sellswords?
My eyes.
Or in the golden dead, to whom we offer prayers? Certainly not in the foul magical praxis of witches and lay sorcerers. No. This is our punishment. We woke the dragon.
This is sick. I don't think I would play it.
No salvation.
But it's very old school. Holy shit. It gave me a little flashback of Windows XP kind of era. Oh my god, another old school stuff. The bloodiest game I've ever seen. Yeah, I don't think so. Bats. Bloodsucker Anti-Terror Squad. Nice. I'm having epilepsy just looking at it. We all played once. Oh yeah, yeah. True, true. You guys played this game, right? The iconic block breaker game is back. Okay, listen. Neo. I mean... Retro. Oh, that's old school. Battle Royale. Oh my god, I was just kidding! I was just kidding, bro! I was just kidding, man! No! Oh my god, why? Okay, hi. Oh my god, okay. They didn't even call it Battle Breaker or Break Breaker. Oh shit, original developer Taito. Even this involved too, Battle Royale. Probably because Tetris successful at it. Ooh, sexy line art. Oh, it's Castle, Metroidvania. Oh my god, hello. Defend an unexpected ally. A floating teddy bear? Yo, the art style is very nice. Wait, Saint Seiya? Oh my god. I swear, that's Saint Seiya stuff, right? Yeah, it's Gaia armor. Or is it just like inspired by it? Yo. Oh my god, that's so sick. Japanese developer. Conquer the Darkness. Damn, this looks quality. Monga Giga. Yeah, the pixel art is so fucking good. Wow. 9 years of shit. Okay, just because of the arts. I'm gonna give that a try.
Chop in the handheld, because that was lit. Turtles in Time was my child.
Oh, I already wishlisted it.
Collection.
We've seen it before, apparently.
Also, Bats is out now, and you can pre-order the physical edition from Limited Run Games. I'm gonna pick up all of those games when they are out of the oven.
I am too. Coming up next are some surprises that fall into
Cap.
our last category, but also add some new flex to the RPG and strategy genre as well. Let's menu dive into the next set of games, shall we?
We shall.
Oh, the last one. Alright.
Welcome to WrestleQuest, the world's first pro wrestling RPG, and the sweatiest game here at the Guerrilla Collective Showcase. I'm Zach, the head of narrative here at MegaCat Studios.
I'm Andy. I'm one of our senior designers.
And we've got some content here to show you that has never been seen before. So WrestleQuest includes real-world wrestling legends like Macho Man Randy Savage, Jeff Jarrett, Jake the Snake, and more. These guys appear as giant statues across the world map with people coming from all over to pay tribute to these icons. These sites are also the starting point for side quests themed around each legend. Here on screen, Machacho Man and his friends are at the end of one of these quests. They've been investigating a strange cult of Wrestle Raiders that worship the Road Warriors. After a chase through the Mad Max-style wasteland, the quest comes to a head with a wrestling match against Hawk and Animal on the back of a speeding big rig. So each of these side quests themed around the real wrestling legends. Some of them you'll help the wrestlers, some of them you'll end up fighting them like here. And no matter the outcome, they're always the key to the game's best. Sometimes you'll get iconic gear or outfits from the wrestlers, other times you'll be able to summon them into battle. So I know some RPGs will let you summon dragons and monsters and whatnot, but only WrestleQuest will let you summon Jake the Snake to rip a DDT on your enemies. Or in this case, if you're able to beat the Road Warriors, you'll be able to summon them to do their Doomsday device on your foes.
What?
Andy, what's your favorite thing about the Road Warriors?
I love the fact that they can put their mohawks together to power up. they fit in to each other very nicely.
It's important.
They're just commentating over
Speaking
their
of,
gameplay.
Working together, Andy's showing you some of our tag team maneuvers here. Muchacho Man and Toybox Jimmy doing a blockbuster. There's a cast of 12 playable characters in WrestleQuest and different combinations of tag team maneuvers and even triple teams between them. So it's one more way you can customize how you play. At the bottom of the screen, you'll see the hype meter. This is an indication of the crowd's engagement and interest in the fight.
Looks like a Switch game.
You just spam the attack button, don't get bored, and that'll drain out, and your enemies will get stronger. But if you approach the battle with a little bit more showmanship and creativity, that'll fill up. And extra damage, extra loot, better loot,
Grand
generation,
Splash.
it's all there.
I mean, it looks nice, but it's not really my type of game. And whatever.
There's over 20 wrestling legends to see in WrestleQuest. So we'll be excited for you to check them all out when the game releases later this year.
Thanks for checking it out, guys.
Hey folks, I'm Buddy, the community manager for Akupara Games, and today I'd like to introduce you to the core gameplay of Zoetti, our poker-based roguelike by Dusklight Games. In Zoetti, you've got all the ingredients
What?
that make core roguelike
Poker-based?
You play as one of a few different characters with their own unique play styles. As, you know, you fight your way through a number of battles before facing off against a boss. And every time you win a fight, you get a reward. You get more powerful before you face tougher challenges. You know, like, all of the stuff that makes for a good roguelike experience. When we get into
Roguelike
skills
poker.
and abilities that you're using to win those battles, though, you know, like, that's when things get a little spicy.
Waifu poker.
In Zoetti, you have a
Base already
limited number
killed
of
you,
skill
but
slots,
still
and
surprised you were able
each
to
one
survive
is
through
tied
Inscription last
to a
time.
particular
Inscription got me not because
rarer
of the
hand,
turn-based,
the more powerful the skill.
but because of
True
the
care is
aesthetic
gonna be
and the
weaker
story.
than, you know, a straight flush. So, in practice,
Inscription is not just a turn-based game.
these are playing cards, and depending
The
on
aesthetic's
kind of
very
poker
strong in
games
that
you
game.
create, you
And
can
it breaks the
activate
fourth
those
wall. I
skills.
love that shit.
If you have 3 of a kind in hand, you can activate the skill tied to 3 of a kind. So here, I'm going to activate Boundless Battle Spirit, which buffs my damage a bunch. And then I'm going to activate it again, and then I'm going to hit a bunch of times with individual strikes. When you win a battle in Zoetti, you don't add more or different cards to your deck. That's always going to stay the same. Instead, you can add new skills, or level up your existing skills, or acquire different skills for slots that
At
you
least
already
this
have
right
available.
here, game
Checking
plus
out these
gambling.
skills allows you to really
What do you mean?
customize your
Oh,
build, but
dude,
you're always
you
going
should
to want,
you should
you know, a certain
go to
balance
Blizzard
of
instead.
offense and defense, which begs the question,
Go to
do
Diablo
you
Immortal
want a
right there,
powerful
over there.
defensive option, something tied to a straight or a full house, or, you know, do you want something that's a little bit weaker but more readily available, like a single pair of cards that, you know, you're going to find that in basically every hand that you draw. And all of this is affected by the underlying statistics and modifiers of the game. You know, so for instance, hand size or the number of cards you draw per turn are statistics that you can invest in. You keep all of the cards that you don't play on a turn, which means you can have 11, 12, 13 cards in hand, which gives you much better access.
Next.
To
No, I'm kidding.
powerful skills.
I don't play poker. I don't get this.
You can also increase the amount.
I mean, I've
that
played
you draw
poker
per
before.
turn,
I don't
allowing you
but I
to
don't
just
like it.
Dump your hand every single turn for maximum tempo. And those are just 2 examples.
I'm good
There's
though with this
plenty
one.
of cool, complex modifiers that you can pick up to enable really interesting builds for the game. Anyway, I think that's about as complicated as I'm willing to get for this video. For now, if you want to learn more about Zoetti, I'd recommend wishlisting us on Steam, since I'm going to be really showing off some of the deeper, more complex mechanics in the not-too-distant future. And, you know, that's probably the best way to keep on top of it.
Akupara.
I hope you have a really good time checking out the awesome titles at the Guerrilla Collective, and, you know, otherwise, I wish you the best of luck in your travels. Cheers.
As a D&D player. Oh, Jesus Christ. Grid Force. Oh no, another turn-based. Dude, my brain's too sluggish for this kind of game. Oh shit, it's a different game. What? Oh, it's a compilation. Oh, that was it? That was a trailer? God. Ooh, hello. Oh my god, I got a flashback. Oh. The art style. Excuse me, ma'am. Yeah, this is some Final Fantasy inspired. What the fuck? That enemy is in 3D. This one's actually kind of cool. Alterium shift. Biome. World premiere. Oh, another exclusive. Raddtrap.
You know, kid, the world isn't all sunshine and rainbows. If you want to be a hero here, just being good isn't enough. Because this world is ruled by
Jesus
greed.
Christ.
And greed is
The
exactly
style.
what you need here.
What the fuck? How do you get across that safely?
So kill. And blow up.
Damn. The gore.
Anyone who stands in your way on the path to greatness.
Raddtrap. Interesting concept. I like it.
Hello everyone, I am Nana Moon, and this is Keylocker turn-based cyberpunk action. Keylocker is a turn-based tactical rhythm RPG taking place in a world without music, where you play as the illegal singer Bobo, her twin brother and hacker Dealer, and the jukebot drummer Rocket. We pick up with Dealer and Rocket searching for Bobo, who has been taken by the satellites, the ultimate authorities of Saturn. They have entered
there's a
the
lot
Dread
of
Factory,
old school-
the domain of one of Saturn's satellites, the Telesto, but the way forward is filled with dangerous foes. The
Okay,
combat of
this is
Keylocker
actually an
takes place
interesting
on a
concept.
tactical grid, where every move must be considered. Plan your actions carefully, as each attack comes with its own field of damage. Timing your attack is crucial for survival, as every perfect hit brings you closer to victory and every miss closer to death. Some attacks will cause passive effects to appear on the grids. By using the plug modifier, the fabricant has spawned an electrical field on one of the tiles, recharging his EP every turn. Unfortunately, his life points are too low to take advantage of this strategic position. Luckily, Dealer has spent a long time preparing for this moment, holding keys
Yeah, it's a
to
lot of
increase
retro
his
thing.
progress on the skill tree. The droids are no match for his
Retro.
skill level. Rocket, however, was only recently given combat capabilities and could do with an upgrade. Let's take a look at his skill tree with the keys we have received from combat.
The aesthetic's
skill tree
pretty
has two
fucking sick,
branches
though.
available,
I'll give
and
him that.
Each different class gets an unique one. You start at the top using keys to level up the talents until it unlocks the next one below it. Talents will increase your stats, let you add unique modifiers to attacks, add passive abilities, or unlock new gear for use. Progressing far enough down the skill tree will even let you cross your skill tree with another class, creating hybrid classes. More on that in the future. If you want to see more of Keylocker, head over to our Steam page and make sure to wishlist and follow. We will have a demo available there during the summer of gaming, so make sure to check that out. Thank you.
There you go, chat. Check it out. Check it out. Oh my god. Advanced War. Bam. The art to look like a mobile game. And mobile game ads.
Wow, Justin, WrestleQuest looks fantastic. The nostalgia of those pixels brings me right back to playing Royal Rumble with my brother on the Genesis.
I feel you.
It also brings me back to some trauma.
Trauma?
Trauma, yeah. You know, my brother recorded over all of my high school cheerleading VHS tapes with episodes of Monday Night Raw.
That is so ridiculous.
It did, and it gave me a really bad relationship with wrestling, but there's something about WrestleQuest that's making me second guess that, and I feel like I should really let all of this go.
You definitely should make that happen.
You know what, Joey? I love you, and I forgive you. Now I can move on with my life.
Great breakthrough, Candace. And now that that's all over, we can move on with our lives and the rest of the show. Candy, how can we support these devs and their games?
By the Steam event page, Justin. So everybody, be sure to check out the Guerrilla Collective 3 event page on Steam.
Definitely support the devs, check out their games, wishlist them, and all that jazz for sure. Okay, kids, it's GC3 key time. Here's the QR code. Take a picture of it for some of your favorite awesome Guerrilla Collective games from the developers and publishers representing the GC.
Whoa.
Free keys. You love them. You see the QR code. Take it. First come, first serve. Boom. Up next on GC3, it is time for some action. We're going to share some indie titles that represent tough in the action adventure department. So let's go.
Hello everyone, I'm Giacomo Masi, Narrative Director at Soulmate Games, and I'm here to present to you our latest work, Batora Lost Haven, which will launch this fall. Batora is a narrative action RPG where Avril, our protagonist, will have to face a cosmic journey and use her powers to save who and what she loves.
What are these trailer with commentary?
Change the destiny of the whole universe.
Is this like a requirement from the devs?
Avril
I mean, from the
take
show?
her to 4 different worlds, each representing one of the natural elements. The one we are seeing right now is Wab, the planet of Air, which is composed of 5 completely different areas that will feature a scorching desert, this eerie mountain, a mystical river infested by evil spirits, and so much more. We've had a lot of fun creating intriguing characters with their own cultures and customs, alongside with colorful and vibrant environments that you'll get to explore in details thanks to an in-game zoom. All the planets that Avril will visit during the game are actually inspired by real places and human cultures. For example, Wuhav is strongly based on Chinese mythologies and settings, and this cute little lizard that we see here is called Yoke. He's from the Xayah tribe, and he's also a companion that will help us in combat while we uncover the secrets of this mysterious world. Speaking of fighting, Batora features 2 different combat styles that revolves around the main concept of the game, dualism. In her physical form, Avril will be able to use a sword to fight in melee, while in her mental form she'll be able to throw projectiles at enemies. Switching between them constantly during fight allows the player to adapt to every situation.
Sometimes I was explaining the game actually sells out more. Yeah, exactly.
This is important because every enemy inside Batora is divided into 3 different variations. Physical,
I got a feeling this is because it's a requirement from the show.
The nature switch mechanic is also used
Because
to solve
we got
many
multiple of
puzzles.
them
For
so far.
example, this one is a memory game that requires the player to listen to a sequence of notes.
Like they
and
were like,
reproduce them with
can you
what
voice
the
over the trailer or the gameplay to explain how the
The
game works,
narrative
stuff
side
like
of
that.
Batora is also based on duality, and players will be able to shape their own path thanks to the karma system. During an adventure, Avril will have to make many difficult decisions, and each of them will have heavy consequences that may lead to different outcomes and endings. So, are you ready to meet fascinating creatures, explore mysterious planets, and discover where your decisions will take you? Batora Lost Haven is coming on PC and consoles this fall. Don't miss any of the news and surprises related to Batora. Wishlist it right now on Steam.
There you go, there you go. Team 17. Alright, next one. Oh shit, what the fuck is this?
As Hilda delves deeper into the quest for her lost father, she will encounter many dangers.
Another
and
one!
challenges in
Yeah,
the city of Apes.
this is definitely the show
Let us
requirement.
introduce you to one of the main adversaries that Hilda will have to confront, Eulalia, the Prey. Famous for her beautiful voice, Eulalia used to be the most recognized singer during Aphie's glorious golden age. But, like so many others, Eulalia would fall victim to the curse that spread across the city 1,000 years ago. The famine brought on by the Asterigos changed her into something else. She turned to an evil cult, the Ethras, and dedicated herself to it, becoming a symbol by using her reputation and voice to lure more people to join the cult.
It's giving me Zelda vibe.
The encounter starts with Eulalia flying around the top of the seats while sending attacks like voice shock blasts, feather blades, and cyclones. Occasionally, she'll descend to the ground to fight Hilda herself with even more dangerous claw and wing strikes.
I mean, it's a cool concept.
Fights, Eulalia would fly to the sky and use her voice and feather blades to attack Hilda again. And this time, she even calls upon several harpy minions to assist her.
Oh my god!
During this phase, Hilda must fight the minions while watching out for Eulalia's deadly attacks from above. Once Hilda has dealt with the minions, Eulalia will land again, and this time with despair, as she will cause feather storms to swoop around the amphitheater. This is when the battle culminates. The feather storms will continually fire sharp blades as Hilda cautiously counters Eulalia's onslaught in close combat.
Watch.
In the end, only the strongest will survive.
Alright, I'll say if the next game is kind of we'll just skip it. We'll just play some games.
We hope you enjoy this preview, and we can't wait to share more about the world of Asterigos with you.
Okay. Alright, what's this? No narration! Fuck you! Meet new friends. Oh, this looks kinda cool. What the fuck? Unravel the secrets of the cell. Okay. See, that's a much better trailer, in my opinion. Just straightforward, so show gameplay, bada bing, bada boom, bam. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? It's like... You're a wizard, dumbass. Oh shit. Why is the UI such a... the UI makes it look like it's a fake game. It's like one of those ads that have a fake game, obviously fake. But, you know, it's not the game, it's still the UI. Oh, water. Oh, shit. Thank you. Blues Hacker. Right? I'm not saying the game is fake. Like, the game's obviously real. The UI.
secrets.
Makes it look like the game is like one of those ads that's like of a fake game. Back. Welcome back, Killa. Oh, kitty. After this segment, I think we'll just play some games. I think we're good. Did some gardening and had an ofuro. Oh, nice. Ooh. Oh, is this a two-player co-op experience? It looks like it. Oh shit! One's a fish, one's a cat. And it has two different playstyles. Yo, this is cool. I'm interested. Hello? It's like co-op Crash Bandicoot. The art's pretty nice as well. River Tales. Yeah, that looks fun. River Tales.
A tranquil island was hidden from the world. But one day, its shield vanished.
Whoa!
The magical Amri once gave life, but now corrupts it. And all creatures, great and small, are being enslaved. Can you save Ikene Island? Embark on an enchanting adventure. Explore a land of secrets. Free and befriend all kinds of animals.
It's like one of those
use
wholesome
their
games.
talents to make new discoveries. Battle enemies. Or just hang out. Build your home.
That's cute.
Decorate it however you like. And help develop your hamlet.
Hamlet?
Grow all kinds of crops on your farm. And craft everything you need to thwart greedy pirates, repel monsters, and uncover mysteries. In time, you can explore and restore peace to Ikone Island.
Ikone Island.
A new Earthlock adventure is about to begin. Ikone Island. Coming soon on Steam.
This looks like a solid game, actually. Not bad, not bad. Oh, wait, is this... Wait, no, this is different. What the fuck? This looks cool. Oh, yeah, we've seen this. Is that Errand Boy game? We've been asked to do a lot of shit throughout this, the village. Oh, it's a plan boy. Look, it's jigs. Set sail. Oh wait, time on Frog Island. Okay, this one looks nice. Frogun. Yo, this is very PS1-esque.
Hey there. Don't you love a fun, upbeat platformer? In Frogun, you take control of Renata, daughter of world-famous archaeologists and inventors. They didn't allow her to accompany them to the dangerous ruins of the Temple of Beelzebub. And now, with the help of her trusty Frogan, she must save them and
So
prove that
many
she's a
games with
capable
frogs?
explorer, too.
Why? I mean, yeah, the previous one that have
zipline,
frogs as the
grab,
enemy
and
as well.
throw.
And a
The Frogan
protagonist.
is not only your grappling hook, but also your best friend. With it, you can reach over long
I don't know
gaps or
why,
even
though, but
activate
yeah.
a lever from afar.
Why you have problem with frogs, eh?
Face off against big bug bosses that serve as the guardians between areas. They may look charming, but they're powerful foes. Collect all sorts of treasure, including hats you can swap your helmet with, gallery pictures, tons of medals, and a full bestiary.
Yeah, this is a very PlayStation 1 era action platformer game.
Be on the lookout for Jake. He's a young treasure hunter who'll stop at nothing to get to the treasure before Renata. Whenever you find him, the race is on. Look around for hidden treasure and alternate paths because every level is full of surprises and optional objectives. From lush jungles to stinky swamps, snowy mountaintops and lava-filled shrines, the varied ruins
This
ensure
looks
you
solid.
will be prepared for anything.
The gameplay looks very nice.
But above all else, be prepared for lots of fun in Frogan.
Yeah, holy shit. Oh my god. Actually looks kind of cool. Frogan. No, but all of a sudden, oh yeah. Gotta slice myself some watermelon. Oh shit!
I am
Do it up, man,
loving
do it
all
up.
of the frog games hopping around. Frog Gun and a time on Frog Island. Animal. Oh my god. Ridiculous and amazing.
Yeah, you even mentioned it.
Yeah, Spells and Secrets will definitely have me showing off my magic touch. But Tora, so many solid titles.
Okay, kids, it's GC3 key time. Here is the QR code. Take a snapshot of it for some awesome games from developers representing the GC Guerrilla Collective. There's a limited time. There's a limited key. We're going to be popping these up. Okay.
Get it.
That's enough. Okay. Y'all got your keys. Boom.
Up next, we're going to put on our creative caps and get back into strategy, show off some games that are focused on world building, narrative construction, and tending to your magnificent gardens. Let's hop right in and go.
Well, let's go.
Tragically, the human civilization
Oh shit.
has ended. But who said that the post-apocalypse has got to be all dire? In I Am Future, you find yourself on the roof in a sunken and overgrown city once called Cosmopolis, where nature reigns now. Gather food.
Howdy,
to cook various
brother.
delicious dishes. Build yourself a base that
Frogan reminds me of Pandemonium. Oh my god. Yes, sir.
Disassemble
Dude,
the
Pandemonium
in-house
is so fucking
appliances
sick.
to create new stuff out of old parts. Explore Cosmopolis to find useful
The music.
new friends? I did not expect to see a talking fridge there. Oh well. Get away and start your life fresh in
Hairy.
I Am Future.
God damn,
Coming to
brother.
Steam in 2022. Wish list now.
Oh shit.
Welcome to Flat-Eye, a premier fuel station and technological hub. As the manager of Flat-Eye, we're entrusting you to provide unparalleled customer service. Let's explore the various modules you'll be tasked with to outfit your station. You'll be able to unlock the new technologies through the profits you earn with excellent customer service, so be attentive. At the start, your module list will be limited, but each new unit placed opens up new
This looks
menus of
dope.
possibilities. Take this toilet module you've installed. Thanks to your diligent work stocking shelves and promptly dealing with customer purchases, you now have enough to upgrade it to a smart toilet. We can tell so much by analyzing whatever's going down the drain.
What?
With this data, we can now safely open a doctor booth to provide sound medical advice to patrons so they can have their illnesses diagnosed and treated with further iLife branded medical modules.
Yo, wait.
In essence,
After this, we got
you have
Wholesome
the most
Direct.
important job in the world. Flat Eye, making
Oh,
decisions
no.
for the benefit of everyone.
Lurk mode is on while I'm gamer. Okay, have fun. We're lurking. Shit. Future. Oh, this is a wholesome game. Very nice. Is that boba? Let me send you something before I forget. Okay. Yo, this is kind of cozy. Garden Inn. Oh shit. World premiere. Oh shit, it is. Oh. The hell is this trailer?
Dinner's ready.
Be there in just a second, Mom.
There were dark things in this story, and you are not one of them. You have to help us. Save us. From her.
What?
Honey?
Oh no! He's stuck in the video game. Whoa. Yo, it doesn't explain the game at all. Hello? Okay. Developer! Forgot about the game! God damn it. They're having too much fun with the fucking IRL shit. I didn't even know what the game is about. What the fuck?
Look at this, Justin. Another dead plant. I could definitely use some gardening tips.
Show enough, you do not have a green thumb, Candy.
I know. I think, you know what,
Ah,
Justin?
Jinx,
We'll have
look.
real plants. From now on,
What?
we're sticking to Animal Crossing and Garden Inn. Now, for our final segment, we're going to touch your imagination with games that tickle your soul and jiggle your mind. Let's hop into some games that bring a sense of awe, wonder, and give you all the feels.
Jiggle your mind, though.
Jiggle your mind.
Well, let's get to jiggling.
What?
It was a hot, sunny day. Fish died in the lake, and birds stopped singing.
The audio.
Those who could escaped to Mars.
Yo, after this, we got a Wholesome Direct. What do we do?
Wolf raised me with her cubs.
Last year, Wholesome Direct was so fucking nice.
Many moons later, you return.
I don't know if I want to skip it,
You hunt
but I want to play
for
some
gold.
games.
One day, I found one.
Shit,
of the
man.
So I put his helmet on.
Radio nostalgia from Mars. Greetings, all you Martians out there. It's time for another round of radio nostalgia from Mars. Blue skies, warm days, the long lost summers of our past.
God damn it, misclick, sorry.
Will we ever return? Stay tuned for more on that.
Play Valorant? I mean, I could, but I want to play some of the demos. Well, are you playing Valorant right now? What the fuck?
Us back to the days of late stage capitalism at its finest. Child labor never sounded so sweet. Radio nostalgia.
Wholesome, yeah. So like, there's an expo literally called Wholesome Direct, and it's just filled with just straight up wholesome or cute games. And last year was fucking amazing, dude. Some of their games are actually pretty fucking nice. It's basically White People Happy the Expo. It's so nice. This list of games would make you like, oh my god. I'm a console player. Oh yeah, I forgot. I think it would be cool if Valorant's on
I'm Buddy,
Xbox.
the community manager for Aquapara Games.
Or console.
Today,
Sorry.
I'd like to introduce you to the 5 new playable slug cats coming in Rain World Downpour, our new expansion for Rain World coming soon. If you haven't heard about the Downpour expansion for Rain World, it's bringing a whole host of new changes, characters, enemies, areas, and
Yo,
more
isn't this an
to
old
the
game?
Rain World
Damn.
experience. But the thing I really want to dig into today are those 5 adorable new slug cats. They are the Rivulet, the Spearmaster,
Yo,
the
they
Saint,
looks
the
cute.
Gourmand, and the Artificer. First, let's talk about the Rivulet.
What the fuck?
This blue little guy has a ton of advantages to living in the harsh,
This actually looks
foreboding
nice.
environment of Rain World. It runs faster, jumps higher, and can breathe underwater, which means it can zip across the map between rainstorms.
Yeah,
That's
White
the
People Happy game.
is 1.
It's actually an
running and
emote.
Swimming burns a ton of calories. 2. Rivulets' hibernation cycles are shorter than any other slug cat. And 3. It doesn't carry much fever from day to day.
It's so
Play
cute.
the Rivulet if you want to be agile, but don't mind stocking up.
PS5, extra pressure on
For a
5.
little more aggression, though,
Bye.
the Spearmaster will
Alright,
be
ma'am,
you.
alright.
This spiky slug cat
back in the lobby,
spawns
but alert.
spears, which is a tongue
Alright,
twister that I
have
nailed
fun.
on the first try. This is my first take, definitely not my 5th one. Out of its tail, which means that anytime you can start stabbing spiders, scavengers, or squidcada. The Spearmaster drains 1 food for every spear it lands on a target, which means it isn't all that interested in the dangle fruits and slime mold that other slug cats will need to sustain themselves. If you want to survive as Spearmaster, you better be out for blood. Play the Spearmaster if you want to be the Predator, hunting down prey and aggressively thriving between rainstorms. But maybe you want the opposite of that aggressive playstyle. Well, the Saint much prefers to avoid confrontations at all costs, which even includes using its long tongue to grapple through areas of the world. If the Rivulet is nimble in water, the Saint is acrobatic in
Big
the air,
Mlem.
and you need to use that aerial finesse to stay high above the danger. The
Hey, this
Saint
is
won't
nice.
even touch a spear, which can leave it a little bit exposed to being hunted down and devoured. Play the Saint if you want to deftly dodge your doom
What the fuck?
with your acrobatic can't.
The physics animation's so
There's
cool.
so much more I want to talk about, but I only have like 30 seconds left. There's 2 more slippery slug cats coming in Rain World Downpour, and I swear to God, one of them is the cutest thing you have seen in your life. You know, the other is just kind of cute. Honestly, I'm saying that to be nice. He's pretty messed up looking. You can go watch an extended cut of this video featuring them right now on YouTube or the Rain World Steam page. Otherwise,
I'm
I
down
hope
to
you
give
have
this a
great
try.
time at the Gorilla Collective.
The slug cat. That's so cute. Hey, wait. We played this. We finished this. What, is there an expansion? Yes, please? Is there? Exo 1. This game is fucking sick though. It's just a pure Zen game. It's very relaxing. Oh, coming to console. Oh yeah, this is a really good game. Good shit, PS5 owners. You guys got good games. Oh. What is it, photography? Learn Japanese? Wow, an educational game? Wait, that's actually sick though. Like the pictures that you take translate into a word. Ohayo! Weeps. It's actually cool though. Skateboard. Shashingo.
Candy, my soul is genuinely tickled right now. Those games were so wonderful.
So many amazing games today. It was really incredible.
Over 60 games. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Thanks once again to our sponsors and broadcasting partners for their support. PlayStation, Razer, Astro Gaming, Tencent, our fellow devs and publishers, 11-Bit.
Alright, I think we're good here.
Freedom,
I think we can play some games.
Raw Fury, Tiny Build, and Wired
Some
Also, we
games.
cannot forget our broadcasting partners, Twitch, GameSpot, Valve, and IGN for their support. Much gratitude.
You guys, a final reminder to be sure to check out the Gorilla Collective event page on Steam.
Definitely check out those games, wishlist the games, and support them on every platform. Huge shout out and thanks to Wilmer Sound. We are here in Berkeley, California.
After this is Future Games. What is that?
And the scrappy, illustrious mix team as well as AV Society. Be sure to tune in on Monday at 1 p.m. Pacific and 4 p.m. Eastern, where the Gorilla Collective gaming greatness will continue with GC 3.5. Also, you can follow the Gorilla Collective on Twitter at Gorilla Collect and everywhere else at Gorilla Collective, as well as the Mix at Indie Exchange on Twitter and at Media Indie Exchange everywhere else. Once again, I am your host, Justin Woodward.
What up?
From the
Yo, what up, Raku?
my lovely co-host,
Had a good game?
Justin, today was so amazing.
It's pretty aight. It's pretty aight. Some of them I actually downloaded the demo that we can try.
We are signing off and passing it off to
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
to jump into the warm and full-hearted world of wholesome games with Wholesome Direct.
Was that Saints?
We'll see you soon. Peace.
Hey everyone, and thank you so much, Candy. A huge congratulations to all.
Chat,
of the
Wholesome
Gorilla
Direct.
Collective
Okay, I don't know.
members
Do we want to
to
watch this?
Jumpstart today's festivities. My name is Jenny Wyndham. I'm
It's
with the
Wholesome
festivities organizing
Direct.
team, and I'm excited to let you know that the fun does not stop here. We are going to be coming right up next with this year's Wholesome Direct Showcase, an event highlighting titles that are uplifting, cozy, and compassionate. So grab a snack,
White people
go
happy.
take a quick stretch break, and make sure you stick around because we have lots of games to show you, and they're coming right up.
Yo, so many new games, yeah. All right, let's just check out the first couple of games. If it's good, let's stay. If it's okay, let's play the demos that we downloaded today. It's about to start anyway. Ayaya. Duke Nukem movie is in the works from Cobra Kai creator. I mean, I never watched Cobra Kai, so I guess good luck. Is Cobra Kai good? That's the real question, isn't it? Another frog. A rabbit. Was Frogun again? Another frog game. Holy shit, so many frog games.
Welcome to Wholesome Direct, a celebration of wholesome games. I'm Jenny Wyndham, and I'm joined by my wonderful co-hosts Mary Kish and Josh Boykin.
Sit back and relax as we show you exclusive.
Even the hosts are wholesome vibe as well.
And don't forget, if you see any games that you love, you're going to want to go to wholesomegames.com. That way you can learn more about them and you can find out how to support those devs.
The whole thing.
All right, let's get started.
The wasteland is a desolate place, devoid of
okay,
life.
good start.
Until the first turbine is constructed. Rivers flow once more, and nature's heart begins to beat. Then, it's time to recycle and move on. Along the tropical coastline, life thrives anew. Parrots flit beneath the verdant canopy, while fish frolic in the abundant coral reefs. A paradise of biodiversity.
This looks cool.
Even in the most inhospitable of places, life finds a way.
Oh. This is indeed wholesome.
We just need to give it a helping hand. This
Terra Nil. Wait, we've seen this before, I feel like a while ago. I remember the title.
Hello, I'm Eli and I'm one half of the development team for Little Bear Chef, a game about a very small bear in a very large kitchen who's trying to start his own successful restaurant. You're about to watch our very first trailer, so let's get cooking.
Oh my god. Is this a gameplay? What the fuck? This is going to make me fall asleep again. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty chill. If I lose some smell because I was sick of COVID, as fuck or COVID. Mongagiga.
Hey, I'm Rich Cervantes and I am the sound designer and co-director of Melodicy.
Well, maybe check it out, man.
Founder and El Pastel and co-director of Melodicy. We're happy to show you a small peek of our game, Melodicy. We hope you like it.
What was the name of the game before? I have no idea. I didn't pay attention. The gameplay didn't really caught me.
In Melodicy, you follow the story of a young kid's journey through beautiful landscapes in search of inspiration. Solve block-moving puzzles, listen to calm music, and discover relaxing ASMR scenes in this stress-free exploration
ASMR?
next year.
wants to return nature to its former glory with the help of his trusty axe and his animal friends.
Now that I'm a passive, if I die, fuck the hospital here. I can get more distance going. Well, yeah, I guess don't go to a hospital unless like it's really emergency. Because you're just risking yourself of actually getting sick for real. Going there. If it's still manageable, then just rest up, you know, drink a lot of water. And all that kind of stuff. Oh no? Wait, why? Dude, I want some snacks. The night's pretty long still. Lumberjack. Guess something.
Hi, I'm Louis Durrant, developer of The Garden Path. Maybe you recognise the game from last year's Wholesome Direct. The Garden Path is a slice-of-life sim about the joy of gardening designed to be played in short moments. Time in the game runs in concert to the real world, and the passing seasons bring with them new stories, errands, as well as a living garden that grows as you tend it. The Garden Path is releasing just later this year on PC, Mac, Linux, and Nintendo Switch. And if you're looking to explore the garden early, we're running a limited access to the game on itch.io. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the Direct.
Damn, that's a fast-ass trailer, holy shit. Good shit, straightforward.
This is Mika and the Witch's Mountain, a relaxing experience where you're an aspiring witch. Help the townspeople by
oh shit, this is like Kiki.
And discover hidden
Liver
secrets
surface.
while soaring freely on your magic broom. You'll be enchanted by stories from the locals
it's kind of nice.
The colorful art style. Time here has a way of flying by.
Hey there, I'm Laurent.
I'm Colleen.
And this is Max.
We're making 30 birds with a team of friends.
There's a new demo on Steam if you want to give it a try.
Now, enjoy the trailer.
Enjoy, bye-bye.
Wow. The whole family is making this game. That's cute. Salut mes amis. Smell the gun. 30 birds. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, that's trippy. Oh, what? So it's like graffiti? Jesus Christ. Birds. Okay,
it's
okay.
Mail time. As a newly trained mail scout, put on your
mail time.
Grab those letters.
So many good indie games. I mean, I guess it's because the vibe is so wholesome.
Last year's wholesome snack. Mail time has had a successful Kickstarter, confirmed a Switch port.
This is so wholesome. I'm gonna die.
Here for the first.
Drinking coffee and I faintly smell it, so I guess I'm fine. Hell yeah. Alright, you know what? It's been a while since the last time I had some cake. I'm ordering some cheesecake. And no one can stop me. A slice of... Oh my god!
Trailer for Usagi Shima, we get a taste of the cozy, relaxing collecting game.
Yo! Oh my god, this is so fucking
cute. Decorate an abandoned island and discover and make friends with a variety of cute, curious bunnies.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh, dude, the art style's so fucking nice.
But I'd like to take a
Holy
moment
shit.
to mention our collaboration with the Galaxy Fund.
Helping bring games from nothing to something. This is a prototype grant focused on the early stages of development for BIPOC and queer creators.
Each creator is free to use the funds however they want, like staffing, hardware, coaching, legal fees, childcare, or therapy.
What's the name of the rabbit game?
We've partnered with the Yeti to offer 2 limited-time Wholesome Direct t-shirts celebrating today's event.
Yeah.
And 100% of the proceeds will go to the Galaxy Fund.
This is one small but impactful step that we can take to make our industry a more inclusive space where bold new ideas can flourish.
If you'd like to learn more, head over to supportgalaxy.fund and get your limited time shirts over at theyeti.com/wholesomegames.
Hello, I'm back again.
Oh shit, Grandma!
I can't believe it's been a year since we announced a walk with Yaya at last year's Wholesome Direct. I've added lots of new things to the game in the last year.
And we have a brand new trailer for the game.
Oh shit.
Check it out.
Check it out.
Aww. That's nice. A walk it with Yaya. Whoa. Yeah, this is wholesome, alright. I'm assuming Yaya is like grandma in like the native language of them. Oh shit, chicken. Chicken!
Play as an adorable chicken on an adventure to find the answer to the question, which came first, the chicken or the egg?
Okay. Alright, that's wholesome, alright. Puff Pals? Who? Oh, it's like Harvest Moon vibe. Yeah. Yeah, I'll pass on this kind of game. I'm cool. Not really my game. Oh, character creation. This is so girly. I feel I have a puke rainbow. Oh, this is the whole fucking expo.
Free Ride is an RPG that's secretly a personality test. You'll never be judged in terms of good or evil, and you'll never know when you're making decisions. Ready to find out who you are?
Alright.
Hello everyone, I'm Baptiste, one of the co-authors of How to Say Goodbye, and this is Bruna. She's one of the many ghosts who will help move forward in the afterlife. Our upcoming narrative puzzle game talks about grief and how to deal with it in a kind and sensitive way. We hope you'll enjoy it.
How to Say Goodbye. It's like a puzzle game. Monga Giga.
You may remember this game from the first ever Wholesome Direct back in 2020. Calico is a silly and sweet day-in-the-life community sim. The new Possum update adds a new
Oh no, they said possum.
all sorts of mini games for the different recipes. There's also wallpaper and rug customization.
They said possum.
Farm animals to collect.
Calico. Oh shit. Cat puns. Deep breath, be right back. Oh, that was it.
Once upon a time, there was a small animal village where everyone lived in peace and harmony.
Until
Until the king suddenly disappeared! Now it's up to you to help Peep and his friends find
Whoa!
Sir Barrington. Explore an ever-changing board game-sized world where each playthrough is different. Use your abilities strategically to outplay and defeat foes. Meet
And the concept's
new
actually cool.
characters and relax with your friends at the campfire. You can even catch your own dinos.
Wow!
Follow Animal RPG now on Kickstarter and get notified when the campaign launches in summer 2022.
That's crazy. A musical short. I'm almost there. I'm on my way. Oh shit. Cute art. What?
Fall of
They forgot the gameplay!
Unique story adventure about an unhealthy healthcare system. Not only is there a lot to discover in the old hospital, but also in the small town.
Summer 2022. Yeah. They're probably the trailers. They haven't updated the trailer. Unfortunate. Fall of Porcupine.
The Last Clockwinder is a VR puzzle game set in a cozy sci-fi world.
Hey, it's
Your
this
mission
game.
is to repair the clock tower, an ancient haven for the world's plants and seeds built into the trunk of a colossal tree. Use a pair of magical gloves to turn every simple task into a looping clockwork automaton. These clones can do everything you can do, from planting to storing to passing items around.
Hi, this is Anonymous Penguin Studio, and this is our game Lovebird. You can follow us on Anon Penguin Studio on Twitter for more updates on our release.
But until then, goodbye and stay wholesome.
Okay.
In Lovebird, you play as a heartbroken bird ready to dip back into the dating scene. Impress your dates by flirting to the rhythm of the music. Sometimes you'll succeed, sometimes you won't.
I get it, because
Sometimes it
birds
gets a little
impress their mates with a
The goal is to
dance.
find your one true love, so keep swiping.
Ah, yes. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Lo-fi beats to match 3-2.
Lucas!
Game about friends, thirst,
with the raid!
so many spirits
Yo, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much love. Welcome, Dongs like. Dongs like. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, okay, the alert just. Yeah, okay. Yo, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much love. How you doing?
Music and story moments. And get ready
How's
to
your
enjoy the full game
stream?
in 2023.
Oh,
Thanks for
wait.
watching.
Let me do it. Lucas. Boom. Thank you for reminding me though, Raku. No worries.
Coffee Talk Episode 2, Hibiscus and Butterfly, is the sequel to the hit coffee brewing game.
Oh wait, we played this.
Episode 2 will have new characters, new features, and new drinks to serve to your favorite patrons.
Yeah, this game is fucking wholesome. Stream good, hun bad? Oh no. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Get your apron on and sharpen your barista skills for 2023.
Another break. Oh my god. Time to spam ad of origin. Huh?
Hello and welcome to the musical world of Orada. Let me introduce you to our protagonists. Blue House, Red House, and Yellow House. You can place them wherever you like. Or even on top of each other. For every decision you make, you'll get a different rhythm or a different melody, and you'll be able to create your own songs with it. But enough words. Let's listen to some music. Bye-bye!
Okay. Oh, it's a... Ooh. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Oh shit. Jammers. Oh, it's frog gun again.
Your grappling gun is a frog, and that frog is
That's
your
orange,
best friend.
not yellow.
Help Renata save her parents in the mysterious...
No, I'm not playing AC Origin. Already played it. We were watching Callisto Gorshit at this hour. What happened? That was yesterday. Today we were watching Guerrilla Collective and now Wholesome Direct, which is pretty short. I think they have like 10 more minutes. I just want to check out what's up, if you can find some good stuff.
Build a garden, grow plants, create potions and spells.
How's
and
your day been,
forge
Radu?
friendships with the
Chillin',
townsfolk and
chillin'.
rich life.
Drew some stuff, and then react to some stuff. You know, this is what I did today. Not done yet, but getting
Next
there.
time
It's getting
on a
there.
new episode of Princess Farmer.
Yeah.
With the mystery solved, everyone is off to the island for a well-deserved vacation.
Okay, a lot of this starting to not
Time
really.
to kick up their feet, relax, and
We do have a lot of demos though
there's a shell matching
to play after this. I got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
first episode in a
and 2 of them a horror game.
The Guardians Beach Break Part 1 launches for free this summer.
Dude, what is that drawing? What? I didn't saw that. Here. Here, boom. We're watching the expo, chat. Oh, yeah, I forgot to upload it into Twitter as well. Let me upload that real quick. Coomer. Actually, it's still too simple. Oh, I haven't even done the braid yet. Yeah, it's not ready to upload. Yeah, maybe tomorrow then. Still gotta finish it. The right one? The right one's pretty old.
For those just joining, we'd like to remind you about our collaboration with the Galaxy Fund.
Equity begins at the leadership level, and sometimes those initial barriers are the hardest.
That's one was from Easter.
Type grant focused on the early stages of
Easter
development
Day.
from BIPOC and queer creators.
Partnered with the Yeti to offer 2 limited-time Wholesome Direct t-shirts celebrating today's event, and 100% of the proceeds will go to supporting the Galaxy Fund.
This is one small but important step that we can take towards making our industry a more inclusive space where bold new ideas.
Oh, the video after this, yeah?
If you'd like to learn more, you can visit supportgalaxy.fund and get your limited time t-shirts at the/wholesomegames.
Hi, we are Smarter Club.
Last year we released
Kitty! Oh my god! Look at it.
This year we're happy to share with you
It's a tuxedo.
for our new game Bubblegum Soldat.
Aww.
A chill building strategy game about rebuilding the universe time by time.
Please enjoy.
Wait, how's the video so quiet for you guys? Why is it so loud for me? The fuck? Hold up. Is my mixer fucking up? Oh, it is. Shit, my bad. Oh. Rebuild the galaxy. Dude, they try to fit in so many games. The trailers, like, some of them are like 10 to 15 seconds.
Hello everyone, Here Comes Nico will be getting free DLC as part of the next update. It'll be coming to both PC and Nintendo Switch.
Tenacious Jesus upload
We hope you
video.
look forward to exploring
Got it, got it.
soon. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Snufkin, Melody of Moomin Valley, is a musical adventure game about restoring harmony and balance to Moomin Valley, protecting it from the industrious parkkeeper. Moomin was created by Tove Jansson in the 1940s and started out as a series of books and comics. The stories are about an
Industry just quite a
family of
release, yeah.
trolls living in a lovely house.
It got
with many interesting
promoted
friends.
earlier
Tove
in
Jansson
Guerrilla
was not only a
Interactive
great writer,
or
but
Creative.
also an amazing illustrator and artist. We want the game to look and feel like something Tove herself could have envisioned. Snufkin is our favorite character. He's a vagabond who's deeply connected with nature. He enjoys his own company, but is also very fond of his best friend, Lemon Troll. It's a cozy adventure with
The problem
story,
is that
music and melancholic
it's not that
atmosphere as
optimized,
some of its most
the game.
important ingredients. And
I
a
can
tiny bit
barely
of
hit
mystery.
60 FPS.
The game is set to release on PC and console in 2023, and you can wishlist it on
So
Steam
yeah,
right now.
I think it'll be passed for that for now.
Feed All Monsters is a cute and cozy line puzzle game. Assist a team of delivery workers in their quest to bring tasty food to all the little monsters.
Guess my cake's coming. Okay, you know what?
Find the optimal path
If my
for
cake's
each worker
here
in order to get all the monsters fed.
before the show's over, you know, bada bing, bada boom, we'll go. Well, check out the other two videos, and then we'll play some games. Okay? Oh shit, Skatebird. We played this. Welcome back, Dada. Welcome back. Oh my god, really, dude? No! Oh, the game's got so sus. Oh. Oh boy. You played AC Odyssey or Valhalla? No, I play Origin, and that's it. Odyssey, I'm not really into the aesthetic, and Valhalla, I'm good, man.
Paper Trail is a top-down puzzle adventure about leaving home, set in a paper world.
Oh, this is a cool puzzle game.
You must fold and tear your way through a diverse, populated paper world.
Radu, play Odyssey. You'll enjoy playing it like I enjoy playing your mom.
Okay, dude. Good one. Is there a problem with Greece? No, it's not Greece, it's the fucking Ubisoft, man. I don't like the new format of Assassin's Creed. I'm not really a big fan of it. I played Origin for only like 9 hours and I dropped it because I don't like it. And I think that convinced me to not try Odyssey and Valhalla because it's basically a similar game with different theme.
Story game in which you can catch a glimpse of the future via solitaire.
But you know, it's just not for me. That's all.
The choice lies in interpreting the card's meaning and which future they foretell.
Oh! Passport 2! This game is a fucking legend. I played the first game. It's so cool. He's so biased against Ubisoft he can't even see the game behind it. What do you mean? Dude, Origin's so ass. I'm gonna be honest. I played it. I'm not just saying it cause it, you know, oh, it's a bad game. No, I played it. You guys know me.
Harassment hotline is a text message based, anonymous, and
I have a very high, low tolerance
for the gaming community.
with games. If I don't like it, I'm not gonna fucking finish it. Don't care if I sponsored. If I got sponsored.
Text us and we listen.
If I don't
Our
like
hotline
it,
is 100%
I'll drop it.
We can talk about anything you need to, and only what you
Like,
want
I don't
to.
want to fucking like
Games
act
and
like
online
I'm
harassment
enjoying the
hotline is an
game.
inclusive resource
Like,
for
oh my
anyone
god,
who
guys,
knows
it's
how you
so
identify.
good.
If you feel that you need
Wow.
additional support, you can start
Lol.
right now by texting
So
support to
fun.
23368, and our qualified responders will be there to
I'd
listen
rather
to
not
you
stream.
free of charge. Reach out,
You know?
get help, and let's make this community a better place to work and play.
Just chilling, man. I'm just chilling. Red Hat's Ubisoft. I mean, I like some of their games. It's just that their recent games are ass. For Assassin's Creed, I said it before, I like Assassin's Creed 2 the most, but the recent Assassin's Creed is not an Assassin's Creed game. Big pass. The same thing happens with Far Cry. Far Cry 3 was awesome. 4, I never played it, can judge. I played Far Cry 5. It's okay. And fucking 6 is boring. Pass. Fucking what? Tom Clancy? Rainbow Six Siege was fun. Fucking what's the other two? The open world Tom Clancy game? Those were ass. One of them was an NFT jokes. I don't know. Ubisoft is ass nowadays. I'm just gonna be honest. I feel like they need to really, I don't know. There's a reason why they're trying to sell their games.
The world's most adorable donut factory.
They're not really making games for games. They're making games for profit.
Place conveyor belts to guide these delicious donuts
You know?
to their destinations. Enjoy a dozen donut boxes, each with unique flavor, mechanics, and adorable.
You got
donuts.
triggered at a joke again. I'm not getting triggered.
Out today on Nintendo
I'm just
Switch,
saying.
Xbox, PlayStation, Steam, and Epic Games Store.
Since you stated, you know, who's so biased against Ubisoft? Ubisoft is objectively bad. I don't think anyone in the chat, you know, likes Ubisoft as a company. We love some of their game. I fucking love 6. Whoa, what the fuck? Hey yo? What is going on? Okay, what the fuck? Fuck was that? Rainbow Six Siege is one of my favorite games.
Dud, please play some games in Pucking Rainbow.
Pucking.
Live in harmony with
Hold up,
nature
my cake.
while
Oh,
learning
my cake is
real-life
here.
Plant
Hold up, hold
and
up.
mushroom identification.
Alright, let me take this and I'll be back. And I will play some games.
Cook dishes and make herbal remedies that you can sell
give me a
at
sec.
the local farmers market. customize your character and decorate your home while making cute decorations and upcycling furniture. Gaucho in the Grassland highlights the rural life of the Gaucho Pampas and their mysticisms. Return to the land of your childhood, rebuild your family's ranch with your friends, Cusco and Alazo, and experience adventures in this fantastic universe of Gaucho culture.
Chat. Do you want to see the game? Not the game. Oh, little gator! Oh! Yo, I follow the artists who are involved in this game on Twitter. I keep seeing like clips of the game. This one is cute as fuck.
Hi Wholesome, I'm Luca, lead singer of OFK. This is Debug. They are a cat. Hologram. And on Monday, June 13th, we are releasing a free demo of our music biopic game at Steam Next Fest. We hope that our little story can be something that you relate to. This is just us sharing our experience that it is so hard to just make something and to share it with people. So many things get in the way, like jobs or heartbreak or losing a
As
friend.
Ubisoft
So I
makes game
guess
something with its suppressors with no
Here
other
are
AAA
a
makes.
story about the
The Rockstar's
things that
worst
get in the
one with one game lays 8 years.
See you Monday at Steam Next Fest.
Rockstar only been shit ever since they discovered GTA Online. Let's be honest. GTA, you know, 4 or 5 was really good.
And you're the best chemist around.
They discovered that GTA Online can make money without making more games.
With your trusty tools, a brewing cauldron, and a canine companion at your side, you'll need to diagnose symptoms,
Alright, look at this.
gather ingredients, brew potions, and cure ailments in this open-ended sim RPG.
I'm out. Alright, let me taste. Oh my god. Jesus.
Jump
Oh my
from
God.
shadow to shadow in this colorful, beautifully animated world.
Oh no, this is so good.
Other characters along your journey. as
Oh,
you
it's
seek
so
to reunite
rewarding.
with your
I haven't
human
had cheesecake for, I don't know, so long. Oh my god. Oh, cat. Echo. Alright. Do we skip this yet? Do we go to gaming? Did you guys see some cool games?
Please take on the role of treasure hunter Percy Bilkins and his best friend Drayton. As they
Raku, he left and leaves this fucking trailers on.
Caribbean islands in the late 1700s. Over the course of their journey, our duo will ship and visit exotic locations, discover a terrible family secret, and attempt to break the curse of Bilkins' folly before it's too late. For all this,
yeah, I think the good stuff has. Let's check out the 2 videos from Lucas and Raku, and then we'll play some games. Whoa! Chitty Chitty Bang Bang cover. What is that instrument in the middle? Damn, the flute's so beautiful. Chiki bam bam. I've never seen the instrument in the middle. Some kind of a traditional trumpet. Good shit. Good stuff. Thank you for the good cover. Check out the most important news of the year. Oh, this one. Yeah, we already said it. Like I said, I mean, I never seen Cobra Kai, so I don't know if it's good. But best of luck trying to make Duke Nukem. It's gonna be quite a challenge to make it actual good, you know. But we'll see. We'll see. Time to chew gum and eat ass. Alright, last video. Tenacious D Fiber Delish.
Chocolate, the perfect deuce. Leave it to Tenacious D to come up with the greatest fiber bar of all times. Nugo Delish, the official Tenacious D fiber bar.
Oh, they make their own fiber.
So good going in. Feels so good.
Oh my god!
Talking one wiper. This ain't no joke. Smash the link in the bio to get your box today.
Okay, that's an interesting, wholesome ad placement of their own product. It's cool though. What the fuck? The toilet. Classic Jack Black. Good one, good one. Okay. Save this. Let's play some games. Shall we? Or shall we? Yeah, there's so many things that I want to modify for this one. Done yet. Whoa, oh. Alright. Don't worry, that's a reference. Don't worry about it. Hey, Mirror's Edge, guys. You. Alright, that was a reference, alright? Shut the fuck up. That was a reference for the character I was trying to draw. It is basically the character that I was drawing. Alright? I don't know who that is. That was you know, it was a good reference though. God damn it. Okay. The cheesecake is actually big stuff. I can only eat a little bit. I'm gonna save it up for tomorrow. Holy shit, it's so big. It's nice though. Okay, come on, really? Gotta fucking clip that? That's it. Okay. I'm back. Can we see the ref again? Okay, hey, alright. Focus, game time. Hey, chat. Fucking. Hey. Eager, aren't we, today? I drew that character the whole fucking stream. Alright, calm down. To run far from you. So, want that right drawing? Well, it's on Twitter. Although you gotta browse a little bit longer, because I uploaded it during Easter, so it's been a while. When is Easter? Ah, there it is. Boop boop. This is my own character. Her name is Katie. There you go. Follow me on Twitter, please. Thank you. But yeah. You. And I also uploaded picture of cats sometimes. Look at him. But yeah. So myself, yeah. This is when I noticed I've been drawing a lot of smugs. Look at this. Goddamn. The smug trinity. Or the smug stone. Infinity smug stone. Yeah. You can follow me on Twitter or Instagram, yeah. Although I upload more on Twitter. Oh, I was so proud of this. Oh my god, dude! Did you know that Okayu herself liked this tweet? Oh my god, dude! Fucking insane, man! I got approved. But yeah, I also upload on Instagram, but rarely. I usually upload a more finished one on Instagram, but on Twitter I upload sketches like this. This is an example of finished one. It's like sketches. I don't upload sketch on Twitter. Only upload finished stuff. And cats. She did? Yes, sir. Hold up. Where is it? Look. Oh my god. Look! It's the real deal. Bro! That's crazy. Although, I gotta be honest, this one's really nice. This one I hit a jackpot. I mean, look at it. It just looks nice. It looks cozy. I nailed the face, I nailed the expression. All the lines are clean. It's simple and nice. This is definitely one of my peak sketches. Because it's really hard to actually redo this. I kind of feel like my hand drawing it hit a jackpot somewhere. But yeah. If you guys want to see more, follow me on Twitter. Get all of them. Just two. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is probably the once in a while where I actually draw something edgy. Devilman Crybaby. Goddamn. Yeah. There you go, chat. There you go. I want to draw like that too. You can. Just need time and, dedication, and you'll get there. I don't instantly able to draw like that. I've been drawing since I was like what? Since I was still in high school. On and off. I'm not a professional. I'm just like hobbyist. So definitely been drawing for more than 10 years, but there are some years that I just definitely didn't draw at all. Especially during college. During college, I stopped drawing at some point. And then recently, I've been continuing it. But yeah, man. But yeah. Alright, let's play some games, shall we? Oh, thank you for the Discord shout out. What's up, boy? How you doing? The stream used to be safe for work. No, it does. No, it's not. It's always been like that. Can I send you a picture of my best drawing? Yes, sir. Please do. If you want, Discord is a place as well where a lot of people actually post their own drawings over there in our Trap House channel. We got a lot of arts admirer in the channel. So please do, please do. Love to see what you've been up to. Time, dedication, talent, and cook. I'm not really a talent advocate. I feel like anyone can do it. Talent is it's a very hard thing to describe. Because, you know, it's like saying luck, I guess. Because I don't have talent. I used to draw like shit as well. Or it's like beginner level. I just been doing it for 10 years. So you guys just don't really see what happened before when I was not streaming. Mr. Trap, are you gonna play Warhammer Dark Tide? Potentially yes. Potentially yes, sir. How many cock push-up can you do? Huh? Ayo? I like pseudo with Rhea. That's actually a thing. I used to draw for pseudo birthday. Because pseudo's simping for Rhea so hard since day one. He is Rhea's #1 fan. Since day one. And you know what? On his birthday on 2021? No, 2020. I drew this for him. Where is it? I didn't put it here.
Where game raddtrap?
One sec. Chat wanna see. I can. Wait, where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Boom. I was so proud of this one as well because it's pretty high quality for my standard. And this was in 2020, so this is kind of cool. Yeah. You post your stuff in arts and fan arts. Artwork and hard cop. I mean, the second one's subjective. But yeah. If you guys a big fan of Rhea as well, you got a #1 fan in this channel. You gotta surpass him first. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. We got some traditional art going on here. Ah shit, bro. Oh man, I used to draw a lot of traditional art. I remember. I don't even remember the last time I draw with pencil and paper. This is nice as well. What the fuck? Good shit, man. Oh goddamn. It's like Sasuke. Oh, that brings back. That brings back. Good stuff, man. Good shit. Thank you for sharing. Goddamn. You actually makes me wanna. Maybe I should buy some sketchbook and pencil. Like small ones, so I can bring it around. So if I'm outside and I'm feeling like sketching, I can just sketch everywhere. I think that's a nice idea. Imagine simping for Rhea when the artist is the real treat. Okay. Hey, no simping for streamer. Alright, let's play some games. That's Kane? Kane from what? Wait, Kane the fucking... No, wait. That's not Kane, sorry. Wait, Kane... Oh, League. Okay, never mind. I thought you guys were talking about the fucking game. I forget what it's called. Okay. Let's play some games. Cain from the Bible. Yeah, not that one. Not that one. The first game of the day is a game known as. Is this on Twitch? I doubt this is on Twitch. It is on Twitch. Oh shit, okay. Hopefully this is not a horror game because it's past midnight and I don't really want to scream around at this hour. I can. Wait, it's an Oculus game? Wait, it's a VR game. Oh Jesus fucking. Okay. Oh, I guess this game support VR, I assume, but it's not. You don't have to play with VR. Yeah, I'm not gonna play on VR right now. It's too much. A full screen. Oh my god. Frame drops. Is there no volume? Let me turn it down a little bit. Start game. This game's called The Fridge is Red. Fidgeted Sherry. Start. Dude. Okay, this is... I'm not having a frame drop. The game capped itself at 25 FPS. How do I not... Hold up. Oh, VSync. No, okay. Alright, whatever. Hello? Oh god. Okay, that's so loud, holy fuck. There's audio option on the top right. Oh, this is a button? Okay, bro. Alright, to be fair, that's a UI issue, not my issue. It doesn't look like a button, it looks like a text of indication, alright? Cannot blame me for that one. Nice drawing of ice. I will definitely figure out how to help Lori. I cannot read that. Oh, it moves if I look away. Hey, Vita! Alright, dude, it's so loud. I cannot, dude. Oh my god. Can I restart? I didn't know. Shit, man. Stay still. Oh my god, bro. I cannot do anything else. You think you're won? We'll see. You've won. What am I supposed to do? Oh shit!